Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright. It's finally time for the big showdown we've all been waiting for a very long time. At least for 4 games and 3 spin-offs as far as I'm counting. And before it takes more one stream. No, this is... you were saying this was like a one-day court? I'm sure we can do this in one stream. I'm not going to push it, mind you, so I'm not going to say, no, it's going to be one stream, but... I'm sure if it's just one day, even if it is like a long day, I think we could probably do it. I doubt it's as long as the previous one, right? Maybe it is, I don't know. Which save was it? Was it this one? Yeah, I guess it would have to be this one. Well, I know it's not the only portion of this case. I'm sure there's still another, like, we've barely scratched the actual plot of this case. This is a fucking side story if I've ever seen one. I mean, obviously it'll pertain to the rest of the story, but you know what I mean. It being the first chunk of this, I'm sure it's not going to be like obviously we're not finishing the entire case today. This is just the day in court. I think we can do that in the day. I trust that, like, this is going to be a full thing, but I don't think it's going to be that full of a thing. No way it's going to be as long as the previous one that we did. What was it? Last case was like... What was it? Last case? Yeah, it was last case. I had like a one-day trial, but it was like split into 2 huge parts. Surely this isn't like that. Well, whatever. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I mean, I'm not going to say it's definitely going to be one part, but, you know, I'm sure we can give it a good solid try, and if it doesn't end up being, then that's fine. We're far from the end of the case, so it's not like it's going to be an awkward cliffhanger or something. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Tracy. Wow, she's really mad. Wonder how often this happens in real life. 2, like, lawyers from the same firm have to, like, battle it out in court. I'm sure it probably happens somewhere. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. If they go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure. 1 minute we're trading blows, and the next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. Ha 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 ha. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking this flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. How the fuck does that happen? I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are 2 of the things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about? Not a clue, sorry. What is today's case about, if I may ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, or a dying message. See, we do murders so often, the idea that it can't even it might not be a murder doesn't even cross her mind. We need fewer murders in this series. Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. Like, she doesn't even know what that means. It's just the Wright agency specializes in criminal law, so I thought. Specifically murders. Not even criminal, specifically murders. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right, and the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? Trial begins shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait. Who's the other attorney? And where's Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay. Right behind you. Now, it wouldn't be really cool if we had to, like, somehow play both sides. I don't know how that would work, but that'd be kind of sick if we had to play both Phoenix and Apollo. That's actually would make a really good premise for a case. Series' first and only civil case? Most likely. I don't know what we have in store for the Great Ace Attorney, but I mean, it's highly unlikely that we're going to see something like this in there. It's kind of atypical for the series, after all. The closest we've had to a non-murder case was that one time we got the bait and switch with the larceny charge. And then that just turned into a murder case anyways, because of course it did. Court is now in session. Oh, is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No. No, it's not, Your Honor. I mean, I guess I know which side we're definitely playing, considering who's on the left. It's a real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You could say that again. Had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. Ugh. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What? Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really gonna need her help. I was kind of expecting Dad to come by and help out for this one, but I guess there wouldn't be much of a gameplay aspect if he was there. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. You think it'd be too complex to play both sides? I don't think it'd be too complex. I think you could easily make it work. I've seen it in other games with, like, other types of gameplay. One of the only good part, the only part people recognize is actually good in, like, one of my go-to examples for a classic is Indigo Prophecy. At the very beginning, you play both the person trying to cover up a murder that they didn't commit, but they're still trying to cover it up, and you play the police, who have to then investigate the murder. And it's like the one part of the game people actually agree is the good part. Because of that, because you play both sides, and it works. You could 100% do it in something like this. I think I would agree with the idea that maybe Capcom's writers would maybe not be able to pull it off necessarily. I don't know if they have the skill for that, because it definitely takes a certain nuance to do something like that when you want to try and make both sides seem bad, but also have the player try and actually do their best to win as both sides. You have to be able to convince the player that what they're doing in all scenarios is a good thing. And I think it's definitely a bit harder, but I think it's very possible. You guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Oh yeah, that's right, we're all doing this for this guy. I kind of forgot about him. Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you have all the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down upon and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, that's not what you can do for your country, that's what you can do for... Mr. Attition, what is that crazy contraption you are riding in? It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium. So come out of there this instant. Aw, he's actually leaving? Put his fucking name on the desk? All right, now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant? Mr. Tish's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sadmadi, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Amife. Mr. Tishin merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurain. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurain several weeks ago. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, the theft of the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kurain by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say. And? Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen. It seems you have even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Sadvadi had also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kurain. Once the doctor verified it was the real thing. I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amife. That in turn will determine the object's rightful owner. 100% it turns out that they're both correct. Because Amife is gonna be like the founder or whatever of Kurain or something like that. I'm calling it. I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Satmadi sounds awful familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all. My imagination, you say? Wow. Not even 5 minutes in, and we're already lying to court. Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurain, isn't he? In Kurain, yes. Here he's just a tourist. He's an anagram from Mia too. I mean, it is technically in English. I mean, I don't know how they spell the names in Japanese. Yeah, I mean, in hiragana it would also still technically be an anagram, but I don't know if they use kanji or something. There it could be different. It might be on purpose, but I think it's just a coincidence. Because we're talking about like names established like 24 years ago. Kind of thing. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Oh man, we're interviewing feet? That'd be a first. I mean, we've interviewed everything else on the stand at this point. I wouldn't even put it past the game to just interview feet. Emma. Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just... This is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective, I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? I mean, you are in a court. Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please. We talked to the hand before? Wait, which one was that? Are you talking about, like, the walkie-talkie? I guess that kind of counts. I don't think you are, though. I'm trying to think which one that was. The puppet? Oh, yeah. I guess that kind of... I'll accept that as a hand. I don't know if there's foot puppets, though. The police have had their eye on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Whoa, okay. was wondering where they all came from. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Wow, imagine stealing shit like that and then, like, keeping it right under their noses. Guy's got some balls. Seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including stealing them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison residence. Well, it's a likely theory, given the circumstances. The doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something he'd put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory? I doubt Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. So let's say for a moment that the doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Would he not have stolen the Founder's Orb and could have even brought it back here himself? Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. And this really must be the Crystal of Ami-Fae. Yes, he stole it from the Addison residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I didn't need. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves are off, he wasn't kidding. Watched all of the Indiana Jones movies in a single day when the fifth one came out in theaters. I still haven't seen the fifth one. Where it was called? Like, Time Travel or some shit. Still have not watched that one. I should see it. I was one of the weirdos that liked 4 enough. I didn't hate 4. I think the one I would not like to go back and watch the least, or the most. I worded that wrong. The one that I would dread watching, not out of like sheer I hate this one, but just like I found it boring, is probably 2. The second one. I liked the first one. I liked the third one. I thought the fourth was kind of fun. But man, I was not 2 was just kind of I wasn't feeling that one. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, Dial of Destiny's the 5th one. I still haven't seen that one. How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway? Chalked up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. A number of those artifacts or thefts occurred in Kurin Village, too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Yeah. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. So I was shocked to see it there in the doctor's study. I can say without a doubt that that urn was stolen from the Fae clan. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would. Yeah, I'm sure Phoenix has some choice witnesses that could attest to the authenticity of that urn. Are there any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Faes? Yes, for instance. Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the kingdom of Kudain several years ago. Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. But good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card. That's a fact. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarjov takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not... If they were in the second movie, in the first movie the sword guy just gets shot, but when two of them show up in the second movie, Indy can't shoot them because he lost his gun, so we get double the fight scenes of recompense for not getting a fight in the first movie. Yeah, wasn't there like some like behind the scenes thing that like resulted in that fight scene in the first movie ending in him just like saying, fuck off, I'm shooting you? I thought there was like, I remember reading about something like that, but I don't remember all the details. It made for a really funny scene though. I remember nothing from Temple of Doom. That's what I mean, like, I watched it maybe twice, and, like, none of it retained. Like, I remember, I've seen the first one a ton, so that's kind of unfair to compare to, but the third one I've only seen a couple of times as well, and even that movie I remember a lot more of. Hell, I've only seen Crystal Skull, like, twice, and even that one I remember more of, but two? Nah, I remember shit from that movie. I remember, like, the little kid, and like them escaping from the restaurant at the start of the movie, and that's it. That's the only bit I remember. I've seen more of that movie like playing like Lego Indiana Jones, and I still don't even remember half the scenes in that movie from that game, and I love that game. Right, that's what it was. Yeah, Harrison Ford had like indigestion or something, so he was just like, I'm not recording this. I'm just shooting him. And we're calling it. You know what? That actually makes sense. That's probably the reason. Yeah, like, I've also played Lego Indiana Jones. I've got the original Lego Indiana Jones game, not the sequel one. And I played through pretty much the entire game. I never 100% it, but, like, for whatever reason, I remember the levels from 1. I remember the levels from 3. I barely remember any of the levels from 2. So it's just something about 2. It just really did not stick with me. Have these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts have been local. But before moving to Kudain Village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal? This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. I wonder how many crimes Indy's committed taking all those artifacts. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of arguments out there as to whether or not Indiana Jones is a thief as well. I think technically he is too. Probably not too different from, like, even if he had high like positive intentions, you know, working for the museum and all, maybe he was doing it at the behest of the university or something. But he's no different than Laura. You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Addison residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft. 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? Well, I mean, that doesn't sound surprising. It takes a while to get court moving. August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amifei was discovered to be missing from the Addison storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Politician, Wimperson. Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence, and the doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amifei. Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Politician win person? Not the most inspiring tail end, is it? I see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. Remember that 2 is the only movie that India actually has an impact on? Like, if you skip India involvement in one movie, bad guys get the medallion, open the arc, face burnt off. Yeah. Like, I don't... What even was, like, the artifact? It was, like, some rocks or something in the second one, right? I don't remember what, like... It was, like, a curse or something? That's what I mean. I barely remember the plot of that thing. I think you're right, though. The third one also would have probably... Well, the third one was like a 50-50 because they could have found the chalice if they just got lucky. Like him being involved or not didn't really help matters or hinder anything. And the first one, yeah, they were just playing stupid games and won stupid prizes. But the second one, I think you might be right. It was like something he was there and he was looking for the treasure and he caused the problems as well. Police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago, so crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Ami-Fae, as Mr. Addison Wimperson asserts. Doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Plot twist, it turns out she's a corrupted cop as well. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Alright, let's take a look at that report. Where is it? Can we do that? The crystal of Ami-Fae was discovered to be missing from the Action storehouse at 10 AM. The storehouse lock had been picked. This says nothing about it being a year ago. Can we catch her on that? No, she doesn't say anything about it. That's unfortunate. I was hoping we could just catch on the idea that, like, the police report does not have a date. Well, yeah, lockpicked and 10 AM are new things, but I was like, we're focusing on the whole, it was a year ago thing, and yet the police report doesn't have a date? Like, that seems like an important thing to omit, but I guess that's not important. Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including stealing them, yeah. Relic of the Center Dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison residence. Now, this might be me nitpicking, but it does specifically state storehouse, not residence. Objection! No, okay, alright. Had to make sure that was, like, considered one and the same, because that's not necessarily the same thing. A storehouse could be anywhere. It doesn't even need to necessarily be on site of a residence. That can mean all sorts of things. You could call like a warehouse down at the dock a storehouse if you want. You wouldn't live there though. But I figured it was probably gonna be like one and the same. Okay, Doctor would do anything to study artifacts. Bracelets earned in a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Yeah, we know about that. We have a picture of that, don't we? Or, I mean, we know it's there, so I don't think she's lying about that. What was some of this other evidence? Oh yeah, that was like study of this. Research notes. That's probably not relevant right now. Probably also not relevant. Politician Wimperson. Say a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Yeah, that's true. Doctor do anything to study artifacts, including stealing them. Yeah. I mean, this doesn't prove it was him necessarily, but it does mean someone did break into their storage. Relic at the start of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison residence. Oh, we already tried this there, so that's not the right one. Okay, it's probably the new evidence, but it's probably just on a different statement. Nick quoted an old poker song? Oh, I never read like the wrong things, because like in most of the games they're like the same thing all the time. I got used to them being the same from like the first trilogy, but I never like go out of my way to get things wrong, so I just usually end up skipping over them. So I never noticed that stuff, unfortunately. It wouldn't be like, no. I don't think this is what we... Service lock had been picked. I don't... This doesn't seem right. Doctor do anything to study artifacts, including stealing them. No, that's irrelevant right now. This almost feels relevant, but I don't know how yet. Like, he's clearly working with someone. Someone knows about him studying this thing. Whoever that is. This feels like the right statement, but I don't know what other... Maybe that is this one? Okay, the doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. The place almost sounds important. No, but she doesn't mention it here. Okay. Him hiding in the ruins feels like that's important. Is it the email? Subject research report, outbox. This is something from Doc Buff to whoever this person is. I severed the parents, but have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Yeah, okay, what about this? To pause 7-Eleven? Should I recognize that email? Well, you think that... Oh, you think that's it? Oh, you're right, that could be it. No way. They want you to figure that out? I mean, I guess. Oh, that's devious. Okay, that's gotta be it then. Wow. See, okay, even with like them, you know, trying to nudge you in the direction of focusing on the name, I don't know if I would have made that connection looking at that. Because in my head, I'm like, I'm not thinking as P-A-W, I just see paw and I'm like, okay, guy likes dogs, I guess. Weird, but sure. Doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Why didn't they just bring a printout of the email? Apparently, the doctor is reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. This definitely feels like one of those situations where it's like, yeah, this logically makes sense, but it feels like you're meant to present it as him going on a hunch, if that makes sense. Politician Wimperson. I can see why he dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. His initials. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Politician Wimperson. Now, consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. P-A-W? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Politician Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the Crystal Vami Fae? Wait, but doesn't he call it that in the email itself? Wait, can I... Yeah, hang on a second here. Wait, what does he call it in here? Oh, he just says research report. No, okay, they never mention it. They don't say a name in the email, never mind. We never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. Dude, you're like in charge of forensics here. You could get like some people down here to try and decipher, like decrypt his computer. That should have been like step 1. Get if you have like a warrant to search in his apartment or his house or whatever, this should have been the first thing you've done. Plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real Crystal Vami Fae. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal. I haven't seen this game a bit, but I remember the general plot. Exactly what the answer is now. Okay. I mean, we have to ask his kid, but like, yeah, but like, okay, if we're talking like a Windows login, I could circumvent that. You can Google how to circumvent a Windows login, and anyone can do it. There's nothing special about it. So the fact that the police, I mean, here I am yelling at the police in these games because, you know, they're canonically known to be incompetent, but come on, you could have gone forensics down there. Someone who's good at like digital cryptography or decrypting. That's a thing they do. The police get hard drives all the time, and they have to like extract data off of them in all sorts of various ways. They have entire teams for this sort of thing. How are you so certain that PA refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. See, thank you, Phoenix. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Politician Wimperson. I love that he just walks around with like a fucking name plaque. How you gonna Google him the computer slide? Damn, got me there. This isn't smartphone era yet? What do you mean it's not smartphone? What the fuck is Emma carrying around then and fucking distracted by? She's a fucking like Zuber TikTok addled brain person over here. Always tapping on her phone. A notepad? That gray thing with the sticker on it is a notepad. I don't know what kind of notepad you've seen that you tap with your finger, but alright. That sure as hell ain't no PDA I've ever seen. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Etition Wimperson. What is your shoe size? Wait, what if that is the fuck? Oh, your birthday. Yeah, okay, even I can see where this is going now. What is your birthday? My birthday? It's July 11th. But what's it to you? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But, full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Hmm? Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Oh, right. Politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather, 711, matches the numbers on the email address. Maybe that's not birthday. Maybe he's just a really big fan of 7-Eleven. I heard they're really popular over in Japan. Both the name and birthday are match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait. Why, you sneaky little... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that this is quite... quite what? Quite a thing. You've said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. Hold it! You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in the court of law. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary. Oh, no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Why is there an audience for the civil case? Have you, like, not watched any daytime, like, court shows? They were a huge thing for a while. Judge Judy, Judge Joe Black, the People's Court. Those are all civil case courts. Real ones, too, mind you. They just decide to televise them. Because, you know, that's a thing I guess Americans like to do. I'm not disagreeing. I watched them, too. They had audiences. They were racketed millions of views. The fucking judges themselves are kind of celebrities, even. I won't argue your assertion. My client lent a treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. So, like, okay, hang on. Careful what you're saying here, Phoenix, because what you might be insinuating then is it's one of two scenarios at this point. If you're agreeing that the doctor was given the orb voluntarily to study, it's one of two things. Either A, it is the founder's orb and it belongs in the other country, or B, which means that if it is that one, that means it was stolen by someone in the politician residence, or B, it actually does belong to the Etitians, and then there is no problem here. But what you might be insinuating here is that your client is a thief, not mine. Well, I guess ours was never a thief in the first place, but you know what I'm saying. Mr. Etitian, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You've got to be kidding. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then, he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Etitian family heirloom, and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study his proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather. Objection! What makes your grandfather so important? But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amifate to that person. I thought that was like a set entirely bullshit. No, that was actual legitimate small claims courts. Every single one of those judges in those shows, you can go find interviews of them, especially of Judge Judy. She was pretty open about it. But like, those are real judges. Those are real courts. Those are real verdicts that do happen. And yeah, they just televise that stuff. I don't know what the like legality loopholes they had to like go about for that, because I thought you can't really do that sort of thing in court. You can't televise court. I thought a lot of that stuff has to stay internal. That's why you have court sketch artists, because you can't take photos. But like that is Those were actual things. They play up a little bit for, you know, TV, of course, but the results that you see in those shows, they are legitimate. Yeah, exactly. Duck's got it perfect. It's real cases, but just dramatic liberty for the sake of television. Yeah, it's really weird when you stop and think about it, but all of those were like actual legitimate court shows with actual legitimate trials. His grandfather's passed away. Oh, thank you. Okay, I forgot about that from last stream. It was probably mentioned there. I'm guessing it was meant to be a real case as it happened, but the trials were just TV magic. Yeah, kind of. Like, the people coming in, for the way I understood it, is like the defendant and the plaintiffs that you saw on TV. That was them going to these sets, these courts that are also the TV sets, and actually doing their trial. And what you see on TV is, from what I understand, pretty much their trial. So I think there's like some little nitty-gritty stuff that happens off stream or off TV, off camera, but for the most part, what you see on TV is actually them doing their trial. Both of the parties agree to being on there and televising and their cases for this sort of thing. Why? I don't know. They just, I guess, you know, it's TV. They want attention, whatever. But yeah, that's like actually a thing that happens. I don't know how much those, I don't know if those shows still exist. I think Judge Judy is still on the air, but I haven't like turned on TV in that regard in ages. Also, thank you for the raid, Wazigoo. How's it going, everyone? Welcome. Well, now you play Ace Attorney too, of course. Ace Attorney's great. Yeah, we're currently, this is the final story case. This is 6-5, so Spirit of Justice case 5. And this is the first real court day of that case, of which I've heard there are multiple court dates, but this one is the first one that we're doing with Apollo versus Phoenix Wright, which has been a long time coming and something I've been hoping would happen at some point in the series up until now. But this is the first playthrough of it, so I have no idea what's going to happen here. It's probably head out in that case. Oh yeah, there's going to be like, I mean, this is like endgame shit. I presume anyone willing to stick around and watching is either A, totally okay with being spoiled, or B, has already played the game. I, on the other hand, don't want to be spoiled on what happens, but at the same time, I will talk about in detail things that have happened in either the case itself, previous cases, hell, even previous games. Because I presume that people that are willing to watch this are okay with the story that they're seeing on screen in one form or another. But yeah, if you prefer to, if you don't want to get spoiled, definitely I do not recommend sticking around. Is all I will say. Yeah, we've only played just the Fast 5 games and all. It's fine. We've only played like the entire series up to this point. You know, 5 games, couple of crossovers, some spin-offs. You know, we've only played everything up to this point. What do you think of Nayuta so far? I really like him. I don't know if I would say he's like my favorite prosecutor in the series, but I definitely do like him a lot, and I do like his story, and I'm really interested in seeing where it goes after a few reveals that we've had in recent parts of the game. I'm very much looking forward to his story. His story has been one of the most interesting so far. As far as like just, you know, isolated, what do I think of him as a prosecutor in court? He's fine. He's cool. He's got some neat moments. I love what he does, what some of his attacks are. It reminds me a little bit, he's very aggressive, reminds me a lot of Franziska, but his plot's definitely been one of my favorites so far, for sure. You've played all 11 games? 11. Okay, we have, is that really how many there are? 6? Edgeworth, that's 8. Professor Layton is 9. Yeah, you're right, there is 11. Holy shit. I didn't realize there was 11. Like, I'm counting on my heads like, okay, these are all the games I have to stream. I never realized it was 11 games for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I've now played, this is the 9th game that we played then, so far. Yeah. Yeah, six main games. 2 Edgeworth, that's 8. 2 Great Ace Attorney, that's 10. And then the Layton game is 11. Yeah, that checks out. Favorite prosecutor? I think Godot. I mean, I'm sure that's a lot of people's favorites, but just like as a prosecutor, Godot is definitely up there for sure. Godot or Blackheart. Simon. Simon or Godot. It's like a hard tie between them. I mean, Edgeworth is a classic, of course. Edgeworth, it's kind of unfair to say Edgeworth because he's had so much character development between like all of the games, even like the previous game he was there. But I think just as a prosecutor in court, it's like a tie between like Godot and Simon for me, for sure. You're going to give what you claim to be the Crystal of Amifei to that person. You're going to give a precious family heirloom away, just like that. I was going to explain everything to grandfather later. Honest! My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Your main Twitter account is a Franziska fan account? I wish we got to see more Franziska. I get it, like, you know, canonically it'd be kind of weird to bring back some of the old characters, but man, we got to see everyone except Franziska and Gumshoe out of like the core cast of the original trilogy. Well, okay, and I guess, you know, you want to like extend it to like Wendy and Larry, sure, but discarding those two, it's a shame that we haven't gotten any Gumshoe or any Franziska. I mean, hell, Gumshoe hasn't even had much of a mention in this trilogy, which is sad. He had like one minor flashback appearance in Apollo Justice, and that's it. Hasn't been seen since, not even mentioned since. I think even Franziska got a little more of a mention since then. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today. Very important. It looks like it's plastic and it was drawn on with a Sharpie. What did I say? So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. Grandpa's spoiled little brat. Yeah, Gumshoe is technically in for like all of 3 lines or something like that. Did he even have lines? I don't remember if he did. Yeah, and Franziska, I mean, obviously the Edgeworth Investigations games featured them fully, which is nice. But if we're just talking like main series, like the core 6 games, then it's definitely been a while. Timeline-wise, he hasn't been seen since like a flashback in Apollo Justice. So watch the stage shows if you haven't already. They're super funny. I forgot those are a thing. Are those like subtitled somewhere? I should like look those up at some point. I kind of forgot those things. I've seen the anime up to just before they covered Game 3 because when I watched it last, I haven't played the 3rd game yet. So I kind of stopped so I could play the game first, but I should go back and finish that at some point. So I've seen that. I've seen bits and pieces of the live action movie. I totally forgot there was a stage show as well. Oh, they're all on YouTube? Okay, cool. I'll have to look those up then at some point. I totally forgot that even existed. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild after all. Man, they should show his grandchild at some point. Because I don't think we've never seen him, right? Like, we've seen people that he's friends with and their children. Well, we know barely anything about the judge's life. Wonder if he would ever make an appearance at some point. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Winperson apparently lent his family's heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Oh, alright. Now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called Crystal of Amife. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Addison family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Titian Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Alright, now then, listen and learn. Did I get to the train case exclusive to the anime? Is that in the... I stopped, like, the moment they finished Game 2. I don't remember if the train was in the Game 2 arc or if it's in Game 3's arc. I haven't seen a single episode of Game 3. Like, they literally got to the equivalent of the credits of Game 2, and I was like, okay, I should stop here. Because I know anything beyond this is going to be, like, spoiler territory, relatively, at the time. This is the tale of the Crystal of Amife and the illustrious history of the Addison clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, when the Addison family reigned supreme. Or it's story time, everyone. It's time for that Case 5 flashback that we all love. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against him, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. I remember when it was, just know there's a case on a train not tackled anywhere else. I don't remember a train case, so I'm gonna say no, I have not got into that part. But you're right, I do remember reading at least about they added a case in. I can't remember why they would have done that, but I do remember there something about there being a filler case. Well, a filler exclusive, whatever you want to call it. You know, A4 Send 2026, so I'm going to stream playing it in real time next year. Oh, nice. Okay, so I'm guessing you've only... Like, how many of the games have you played then? Have you, have you, like, done the series, or are you just, you've only played up to, like, 3 then? Well, that devolved into a great load of aggrandizing propaganda fast. I'm assuming if you're sticking around here, you probably have played more of the games than that. Oh, you played all of them. Oh, okay, okay. As you can see, the Crystal of Amife is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Addison. Yeah, so before I started streaming these, I played Game 1 and Game 2, and I played a chunk of Game 3, and that would have been... When did I start streaming these? Was that... I guess it was maybe... Was it last year? Yeah, I started streaming all this stuff last year. That makes sense. So I've been doing this for about a year and a half now, I think, for, like, Phoenix Wright streams. Been chugging through all the games. But yeah, pretty much everything past like halfway through Game 3 was completely new to me. And then the Edgeworth remakes came out at like the perfect time because I was just finishing up the original trilogy, and I was like, okay, I need like what are we gonna play next? And then they announced the remakes of the Edgeworth games. I'm like, okay, perfect. We'll do Layton next. That was the only other game I played. So I played Game 1, played Game 2, a chunk of 3. And I played through the Layton game, and that was like all of the Phoenix Wright stuff that I knew up to that point. And you have proof that it has always been in the Addison family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shinetto. Ives Shinetto? Ives Shinetto. Okay. Ives is definitely not a Japanese name. Shineto sounds Japanese. I'm seeing the pun here. Age 85, gave the following statement. The Addison showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad. Objection! Can we really trust the memory of an old man? I mean, we have in the past. Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Ooh. Oh, I didn't mean. What I'm trying to say is, Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. I'm glad you played the lane crossover. A lot of people skip it. Oh, dude, I love the lane crossover. I know some people have, like, problems with the plot, and I agree that it's a bit on the easy side in terms of, like, laden puzzles, but I love the plot of that game. I thought it was a great crossover. It perfectly melds. Like, they're just... Both of these adventure novels are just... They were designed to go together. It works so well together. The Layden stuff greatly improves the investigation portions of Phoenix Wright, and then the court case stuff just perfectly meshes in with like all the Layden gameplay. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Genetto's statement to be perfectly credible. Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice. Alright. That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Addison. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. It's just a piece of plastic. It's not even like gold plated or anything. And then he has the gall to slap his name on it with a sticker. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. Yeah, okay. Italian plastic. Show me where it's made in. Where's the little maiden carving on the bottom? I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician. I'm still calling it like these orbs are going to be one and the same, and it's going to turn out like Ami was like the founder or descendant of the founder of I don't know what Akuanism or whatever back in the old country. So I take it the relationship with Fae Clan was a close one? A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the politician way. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor. Whether it's about me or my ancestor, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government. That's the politician way. More like dodging questions. That's the politician way. Thanks. I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer. As I was saying, the Attition family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then. Really good, the voices? Well, thank you. I think, for me, that's the part I have the fun. Whenever I do, I've done other visual novels too, and I think, like, I feel like if you're going to stream a visual novel, you have to, like, put something into it. It's more fun that way, in my opinion. It gets hard when you have like 50 different characters or more playing through an entire series like this, and then you're always worried about just one of them coming back, and it's like, oh shit, how much is this voice going to overlap with the other voice? Spirit mediums are targets of discrimination. Yes, some people even treated them like they were monsters. Transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them. You mean they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums? Discriminating against a minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vow to root it out wherever it may be. That is my promise to you. He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. So it's just a normal political debate. As thrilling as your campaign is, could we get back to your testimony? As you wish. Now then, as for the Crystal of Ami Fae... You should stream the new Danganronpa story when remake story when it comes out. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a new. I was thinking of streaming the Danganronpa games. I don't like them as much as Phoenix Wright. Like I went into them expecting Phoenix Wright and expecting Zero Escape, and didn't really get either of those things when I played the first one. But that said, I'm still kind of interested in the plot, and I did start 2 on my own a while back. I never got very far in it because I kind of just got distracted. But I mean, if people want to see it, I wouldn't mind trying to stream. I just don't have them on a platform that I can stream them on, is the problem. They're all on Vita, and I don't really have a means of streaming a Vita, sadly. So I'd have to like get them somewhere else. I know that there's like, they had trilogy packs that they re-released not too long ago. I kind of forgot about there being a remake of the first one though. I would probably just play the originals, so I can just play all 3 all the way through. What am I playing this on? Aside from Edgeworth, everything Phoenix Wright related has been on PC. Oh, except for Layden, of course. That was on a 3DS, because they never ported that to anything. But Great Ace Attorney will be on Switch, like Edgeworth was. That and Edgeworth I ended up buying on Switch, but everything else is on PC. Yeah, Zero Escape's great. I want to stream those too. I've played through all 3 of those games before, but man, if you haven't seen the plot of Zero Escape, boy, it's wild. It's one of my favorite adventure novels. Those games are so good. I originally was interested and got hooked on them because they promised, like, I was huge on Flash, like, room escape games. You know, like the Crimson Room and like Afro Escape and all of the classics, Submachine even a little bit. That was like a very popular genre way back on Flash, and I loved all those games. So like knowing that there was like someone made a game that was just a series of room escapes with plot in between, I was like, hell yeah, I need to play this. And then like the sci-fi aspect of it just really hooked me, because it was exactly the kind of sci-fi stuff I love reading. Said she had it made, so then it was made in Japan? That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too. And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron? That's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean. The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore... Pretty sure stream all 3, but then I remember the map transition cutscenes make up 2 hours of the game in VLR. Yeah, that's right. I do remember that. Yeah, they in VLR, whenever you walk like when the game automatically takes you to locations, it shows you moving through every single room, going up the elevators. It's like it treats it no different than as if you clicked on every node yourself, just slightly sped up. So even the elevators take a second because it has to like load the rest of the map. 999 I think was like you just teleport from area to area. They don't show room transitions. And I don't remember how 3 did it. I don't remember how Zero Time Dilemma did it. It might have been like VLR a little bit. We wanted to stream all 3, but I remember the map transition. Yeah, like I mean, still though, it's worth it. VLR is like my favorite in the series. I don't hate 3, some people do. I thought 3 was fine. It kind of does leave it open-ended for a 4th game that I'm sure is never coming, but it also felt like a pretty decent conclusion as well. So I'm okay with it. I just don't know if I'd want to try and stream. My only thing is, I was considering if I was to stream them, if I would get the remaster of the first 2, but I also feel like those that know what I'm talking about. But in my opinion, the original 999 is one of the best uses of the dual screen on the DS, of any game on the DS, for very specific reasons I cannot mention. And that is just something that you unfortunately lose in the remaster because they had to make it a single screen game. It's not terrible, but you kind of lose that touch It's just one of those things, like a lot of games when they transitioned from like the DS to literally any other device, everyone had to think of different ways to remove, like to compensate for the lack of 2 screens. And it's just something that you just have to deal with. And there's not anyone's fault. But that's why I'm always a bigger fan of the original version. That said, the additions they add to the remaster of 999 and the duology pack are so good and kind of necessary to play that game, because holy shit, I would never have... when I first beat the game and got like... I did all the obvious endings, like, okay, I'm gonna go back and make all the other choices. And then it starts doing the weird shit, and it's like, I was supposed to do something here? Never would have guessed that. Like, I looked up a guy, I was like, okay, how was I supposed to figure this out? Absolutely no way. But they add VLR quality of life stuff back into 999, and those are really great for first timers, I think. But it's just like, man, it's unfortunate because the DS stuff is so good. Flip the DS to play Sudoku. Yes, out of context, that's all you need to know. I've only played the DS version, but the new version scares me. The new version I've heard is pretty good. Like, I don't think people don't mind the voice acting, and like everything else about it is fine. Like, I've heard nothing but good things about the new version. But it's one of those things that I think a lot of Zero Escape fans agree on, is like, yeah, the DS version, you lose that something, that narrative something, because of the transition, and that's just how it is. So I don't know if I would need to figure out if I'd want to stream the remaster or not, because I own them on the Nintendo systems. I don't have any of the remasters, so it'd be easier for me to just, turn them on and stream them from there. But yeah, at the same time, it would probably look better too. So like that's one of the things I'm like deciding between. I don't know. Once we're finished Phoenix Wright, I'll figure out what kind of big, like, I seem to have this habit of streaming like long full series of something. I did it with Kingdom Hearts before Phoenix Wright. Played the entirety of all of Kingdom Hearts, every single game. So like I seem to have this thing for streaming entire series. I did it with like 3D Mario as well and some other things. So maybe Zero Escape would be next. I like streaming visual novels. They're fun to stream. They're one of my favorites to do. I haven't done Layton yet. That would be another one consider for sure. I haven't even played all the Layton games. I've only played up till the 4th game in the series. I played the original trilogy, and then I played a little bit of the was it the Last Spectre or something? The one where they introduce Luke, and they kind of like it's his first his prologue game of sorts. I played I want to say like 80% of that one, and I just never finished it. So tell me, Mr. Addison Wimperson, are you famous in Korean Village? You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing. Bemusing? Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. I guess ignorance really is bliss. All this proves my fine lineage. Well, if there's something positive I will say about this guy is he's definitely a glass half full kind of person. Hold it! I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of Kingcraft? Kingcraft? Is that like Minecraft? It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses. Well, that answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation. Progress. Hello, who's this Ami Faye anyway? I believe she was the founder of the Korean channeling technique. The plaintiff claims he has a crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yeah, I suppose it would. Alright, so something about maybe it's not being made in Japan? Okay, what do we have for evidence here? Doctor hid in the ruins before his untimely death. Utama motif from Kurin founding period. Is this part relevant to the orb itself? Because, like... Yeah, I guess it was, right? Because, like, the orb is inside there. I mean, this also has that same marking, so this might be a relevant piece of evidence here if we're gonna prove it wasn't from Japan. Let's give that one a try. Local power. There's nothing in here. It's like straight up says it's from Japan. The closest we get is Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. Can we disprove that directly? I was so obsessed with the third lane game. Oh, I love the third one. Unwound Future. That's, out of the three I played, that one's my favorite for sure. I think... No, the puzzles in 4 were pretty good too. I like... all I've played of lane games so far have been really good puzzle-wise as well. Like, story and puzzle-wise, like, they're just really good mysteries. They feel just grounded enough, but also just, like, fantastical enough. Like, it's got the perfect balance between the two. Because, like, mystery to me is more fun when you can... when there's enough logic backing it that you can, like, sit there and try and guess at it yourself, and it feels, like, rewarding that way. And Layden, like, does a great job of, like, it keeps... most of the stuff is grounded enough, but it introduces all of the elements of the case in, like, such a way that it feels like you can follow along, and it's like, okay, here's all the exclusive rules of this world and what we're dealing with here, and you can, like, piece everything together, and it feels really good. Like, it doesn't, like, everything just, it's fun when it finally comes together. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that part to be relevant in this way, especially with 3. 3 was, like, just so good. And I guess, I don't know, the things I've heard criticizing 3 specifically were that it maybe jumps the shark a little too much. But I'm just like, you know what, that's fine. I can accept all the things that are happening in this one. That's fine with me. This makes sense in this world. So I would really love to go and play the other games. They're kind of long, though. I think for the most part, like, a Phoenix Wright game is shorter than a Layden game, in my opinion. Especially since, like, I think there's a bit of a non-linearity to most Layden games. Like, yeah, you can just go and do the objective, but sometimes you have to, like, walk around and there's, like, extra puzzles. Like, when I played the crossover game, I definitely spent some extra time doing the puzzles. I went out of my way to solve some of them. Okay, so I'm thinking with this one... So they made the hint of Japan, and so I'm wondering if we need to, like, disprove where it came from. Because, like, we have some pretty direct evidence showing that it could not have possibly come from Japan. Like, it's saying right here it's from the Kurin founding period. Not from, like, anything Japanese related. All this stuff is just fluff about spirit mediums, which is all true as far as I can tell. I don't know anything about his ancestor being a benevolent ruler, so we can't really disprove that. Some discriminate against him. You see, while others try to abuse their power. Yeah, that's like the big thing about spirit mediums. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. Now, I'm thinking here, if we use this, like, how could she have made it as a gift when it's got, like, motifs and stuff from, like, early Korean society, right? I don't know what else is in here. I'm a descendant of that great lord. Okay, we're not disputing that. Low power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Sure, whatever you say, man. It's gotta be this. Okay, good. You say that Amife is the crystal made for your ancestor. So, am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I was getting at. This is the motif. I cosplayed Clavier this year, but everyone only recognized my friend who was cosplaying Hobo Phoenix. Damn! Okay, now, it's funny you say that because I kind of forgot about Clavier, but I fucking loved him. I wish he had more, like... I feel like he kind of got shafted. Like, they focus so much on Apollo in his own game, which, I mean, go figure, of course they would. But I felt like there wasn't. I wish we got more of a story with Clavier, because like I feel like in every Phoenix Wright game you get a story about the prosecutor almost as much as you get a story about like Phoenix or whoever the protagonist is. And I feel like Clavier just like he definitely got something. There was definitely elements there, so it felt like he was completely ignored. But I wish we got. It didn't feel like as much as some of the other games, and I was disappointed because like Clavier was so cool. I can't believe I forgot about him when people were asking about which like prosecutor was my favorite. He's like easily number 3 for sure. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kudain. The Kingdom of Kudain, hmm? And you base this on... Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the Doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. Yeah, it wasn't a bad thing that they, like, didn't do anything with him. I was just disappointed because, like, I loved him so much and I wanted to know more about him. But, like, honestly, he was handled perfectly fine, in my opinion. Didn't necessarily need anything. It wasn't like they were ignoring him, for sure. It features the same patterns as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Maybe Ami Faye was just a really big fan of, like, I don't know, ancient Kudain or something. Who knows? Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kudain. He just broke his... you can see it, like, heal itself immediately, but that was great. The Kudain channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Kudain, and Ami Faye is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her? Okay, see, so earlier before this case started, I was saying how it would be cool if we got to play both sides. I guess I'm doing that anyways, because I'm making the exact same counter arguments that Phoenix is. But since this is clearly a Kuranese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there, in the Kingdom of Kudain. Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Kudain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. A Japanese object with, like, clearly Kudainese influence, okay. Unlike every other prosecutor, Clavier has a good moral compass, so there was nothing for him to fix. Yeah, that's true. He was kind of like, he was good from the start, and he was like sympathetic towards Apollo pretty much instantly, wasn't he? That kind of made him unique in a way. I like that too. I have to agree with Phoenix. With Mr. Wright, the pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. He's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Anything to definitively prove it's from Japan, or... would it be the ruins that he hid it in? Nah, because those ruins were here. They're not in either of those places, so how would that show anything? Maybe it was one of the books he was reading. I just noticed that they never translate these, I guess they're meant to just be gibberish, so they didn't really care, but usually they, like, go through the trouble of trying to, like, scratch out anything resembling Japanese when they localize these games, and so that's why this picture kind of stands out to me. It's weird seeing, like, what easily resembles, like, Japanese. Oh no, I think they did that. They forgot a couple spots in, what was it, 1-5 as well? I think there was a couple backgrounds that also had some Japanese left over that probably shouldn't have. I mean, are we gonna, like, start going down the road of, like, where he went the other day? I'm not sure if we're ready for that yet. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Like, I don't think... I mean, would it be this? Could it be the song, maybe? Because Like, would we start talking about the song and then, like, the puzzle that we had to solve to open the thing? And how it matches all the Koreanese traditional stuff? I don't think this is... No, we went over this, and this is like... That doesn't necessarily prove that it could be a different crystal or something, is what we came to the conclusion of. So I don't think this is relevant. There's like a break... I mean, this maybe, but like, the problem with this is that's just like restating our argument. It doesn't actually prove anything. Although that wouldn't be the first time. Maybe because Koreanese is just upside down hiragana. Wait, is it actually? Is there like... Do I have a picture of Koreanese? How have I never noticed that? I don't have a direct picture of Koreanese. Like, I'm not gonna trust these scribbles. Because these are his books, not anything special. Is that really? I guess, yeah, I wish we had some evidence in here. I kind of want to see that now. How have I not noticed that before? Yeah, there's nothing in here. That's really clever, and I'm surprised I never saw it. I wasn't really paying attention to the Koreanese script a couple of times it's appeared. That's when the Yuta comes back and check. Oh, yeah, because like he does his enchantments. Whenever he starts yelling at people. I guess that'll be next stream then. Okay, so do we have evidence that could break the stalemate? I'm gonna say... Well, this is kind of evidence. No, I don't count this. Like, this would be the closest thing, and even this, I'm like, yeah. Unless we want to go down the route of the song. Maybe. It's silence, but if you look closely, it's hiragana and can be translated, huh? Yeah, before he throws his anal teeth. Fuck. I'm gonna say yes. Let's see where this goes. The fans would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. These modern Phoenix Wright games are very good at making sure you don't get stuck in a bad route. So I'm going to trust that if this continues somewhere, that's the correct answer. This isn't the original trilogy. A piece that'll finally break this stalemate. Oh? Well, you sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you've got. All right. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder's Orb. Okay, the way he's saying that makes it sound like this is not the right decision. So maybe we didn't have evidence, but... I'm gonna say the book because of the poem. And then I'm hoping that like he mentions the poem and then he mentions the puzzle on the box and how they match up. And then the poem is from Kurein, so it's gotta be from Kurein. Prove that this is in fact Founder's Orb. It's not going to be this because Archie's saying it's the Founder's Orb. That doesn't prove that this is the Founder's Orb. It just means that he's going to hand over the Founder's Orb. There's a difference. But we've been talking about this specifically, and this mentions the song, so we're going to go for it. It's not right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I guess the answer was we don't have evidence. Which I was kind of thinking because I was like, this even felt like a bit of a stretch that it was evidence. Yeah. Fred's a huge Nayuta fan and very talented fan artist. Oh, damn. Well, if you agree with the boss, Athena, why didn't you say something about us not having evidence before we embarrassed ourselves in court here again? Alright. Do we get to go back and say that there is no evidence? Or are we stuck in here, which means that there is evidence? Okay, I'm gonna say it doesn't exist then. Doesn't seem to be anything we can use. At least... not at this point. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. Tape. That's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Well, you're throwing me a bone is what you're doing. Consider the Orb Transfer Agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? Well, you were on your little cave expedition. I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder. Did we overlook that? Or was that just me, like, jumping to the obvious conclusion that no shit, it was murder? What? Murder? I guess it must have been me. Mr. Wright, do you realize such statements are not to be made lightly? Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Okay, that's not fair. I don't remember the camera ever panning up when we were there. We don't get an up button, we only get left and right. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth knowing that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid a pile of archaeology books. But I believe I can explain that with this, what that single out-of-place book was doing there. Emmett told us it was an accident. Apollo left it at that. Yeah, that's true, he did, but I mean, come on. It was obvious it wasn't going to be an accident. But, yeah, okay, in-universe, yes, fine. I get it. The doctor was struck from behind while electing a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book. Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books. Objection! So wait, the book wasn't the murder weapon? Because I was kind of thinking the book was the murder weapon, but Phoenix seems to be postulating that he was looking at psychology books and then someone just whacked him and then decided to, like, I don't know, jab the psychology book into his skull to make it look like a weapon. Well, wait a second, this is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. What? Well, that was unexpected. I'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this. He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think there was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations. That's rich coming from him. I think they're both big fans of baseless accusations. Did you forget who you're up against, Mr. Justice? Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. Oh, here we go. He saw what? You cosplayed Akane from 999 last year? Oh, that's a good one. That's how I met the person you rated in from. Oh, wow. So, how many did people recognize that you were Akane, though? I guess, did you have, like, the watch, at least? Because I feel like if you don't have the watch, it wouldn't be, like, the most distinctive character outfit. I'm sure some people would get it regardless, but that's always the problem, like, it's tricky when you're doing, like, a character who dresses so plainly, and then there's only, like, one little defining part that makes them stand out. But you know what? At the end of the day, as long as you're enjoying the costume and enjoying the experience, I think that's what matters the most. If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. He kept this up his sleeve the whole time? How can Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. This trial has taken another unexpected turn, but I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Well, there's our autopsy report. I guess it's official. We're not doing a civil case anymore. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of a murder at a civil trial. All right, Mr. Addison Wibperson. Your testimony, if you please. You got your sign all fixed up there? Prepared to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. Actually, a lot of people recognize me. Didn't have the watch because 3D printer bug. Ah, rip. I thought maybe you had like one of the recreations or something, because I know there's a few of those that are floating around. I think they like officially sold some, and I think there was one that was like a pre-order bonus for the third game, although that might have been based on game 3 and not one's watches, though, to be fair. I'd wear a gas mask on top of it. Nah, you definitely could do that. See, if I was doing something like that, I would almost feel bad because that sort of thing would be a huge spoiler for several reasons. But that would definitely make the costume more distinct for sure. Just walk around in a black robe and a gas mask, and you can just rip it off whenever you want. Yeah, the gas mask hidden in her scarf, and the scarf is wide so it can go up like a... Oh, that's sick. Yeah, they're really expensive, those watches. I definitely agree. They're pretty sick looking though, although they're completely useless as an actual watch, which yes, that's understandable. But I've looked at those and I'm like, man, if these were actually functioning watches, I would buy one of these in an instant. But the only ones I ever saw, I don't even know if they lit up and like didn't even like show a number or anything. Like they were completely inert. But if they like at least had a side function as an actual watch, fuck yeah, that'd be sick. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Aribal. He was running out the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. Really, you're gonna just end murders just like that if you become... What, was he running for mayor of this town? He's gonna end all murders, all discrimination if he becomes mayor? I don't know, does he have that kind of power? So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and was within the window of the estimated time of death. Oh, that's a rebel. What in the world were you doing there, then? I'm sure there's a logical explanation for this. It seems Mr. Aribal was loitering about in Kurdian village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Aribal just happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See? That's him trying to escape as we speak. What is that supposed to mean, Phoenix? Hey, Liv, don't let that man get away. Hey, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me? He's gonna come to the stand now, isn't he? Again. Alright, the counsel / defense may question the plaintiff / witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice. Man, I was hoping we could get just one court trial. I was like thinking before stream, man, it would be so cool if somehow we ended this court day in a verdict and at no point was murder even mentioned. I knew that wasn't gonna happen. They just can't help themselves. But I was hoping. Were you taking a walk? Yeah, doesn't he have his, like, servants carry him around? Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. Aren't you running for mayor of, like, a town of, like, 50 people? A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace. Yes, Mr. Addison Wimperson, we are all aware of your outstanding character. Now, please continue with your testimony. I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me. I know someone died, but I thought we were just, like, leaving the murder part of this case for later, and today was just the orb thing. I know the guy died, but I thought we were just gonna, like, brush that aside for a bit. What if happened if you got a game over before this point? Huh, that's a good question. I wonder if is there a special game over for this case, or like this trial day? Didn't even think about that. Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Outerbal? Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. Well, that definitely checks out. That would make sense. And he didn't notice you? Well, if it was like 10 p.m. at night, no. No, I was hidden by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Outerbal? Yeah, I think it very much is. I don't know how yet, but it sounds like an important detail. Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I asked that it please be added to the witness's testimony. What were you doing under that tree? A lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall. What? That is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box. The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Addison Wimperson? I suppose I can expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design. Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs. Mr. Addison Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please. I love that, like, Phoenix is just not even trying to push these questions that Apollo is throwing out there. Like he's really acting as the opposing force here in this one. I can hardly wait for the upcoming election. The miracle never happened. Yeah, this guy gets the orb. The murder case is just completely ignored forever. We never find out who killed the doctor. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something, and it probably wasn't good. And despite that, you still didn't report to the police? Who would have thought he killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. Like, sure, he ran out in a hurry, but, like, people running out of houses in a hurry isn't a crime. So witness did notify the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice? I mean, it's definitely still important, I think. But he's not necessarily wrong, given the circumstances. However, I think there's something else here that might have made it a little more prudent that he report to the police, but we'll see. Yes, it's important. I requested the witness add it to his testimony. Sure, why not? No, see, that's what I'm getting at, Duck. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. I think in this specific scenario, given the circumstances, yes, he should have reported it to the police. But in a vacuum, he's not necessarily wrong. You had no idea he was dead. In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened. I am truly ashamed of myself. What? There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me. Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement as self-deprecation. Apollo, do you think this is how all the politicians will be from now on? We're all doomed if they are. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony.
Hold it!
But at the time, you didn't know the doctor was dead. Is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. As class president, I reformed stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. This isn't working. He keeps bending the questions to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Ashton Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I have the upcoming election in the bag. I love this guy's responses to Apollo's questions. So, how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategies. Did you really think I would divulge such sensitive information to the likes of you? Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on. He's got to think long and hard about that one. No comment. Clearly, his is a platform told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. So you saw dance from under the tree. If that's true, then... Did you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence, Athena. Oh yeah, I know exactly what we're going to hit on. Where is it? It's not true when I saw him. He was running from the front door. No idea Dr. Buff is dead. That's why I didn't call the police. That's interesting that you had no idea he was dead.
Objection!
Zero idea. No knowledge of this passing. Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. Arabelle, wasn't there someone else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course! A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse, and focus on the nation's... Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Arabelle from this position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. Why, I believe you have a point there. With a body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Would the witness care to respond? I think the witness has fallen asleep. Did he fall asleep? You know, that's a tactic I used to pull to try and get out of, like, being in trouble. Just fall asleep. They won't wake you. Mr. Addison Wimperson, Mr. Addison Wimperson. Huh? There are many sides to many issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Addison Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Arabelle? Yes. That's all you have to say? Where do you think you're going? Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I...
Objection!
I don't think he's happy anymore. Mr. Ashton Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. Huh? So then, does this mean he didn't see Mr. Outerbell? As your lawyer, Mr. Ashton Wimperson, I advise you to divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let many strange rumors get out. Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Oh, is that him? Come to think of it. Emma, who was the first person to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with police. Wait, you're not saying that... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Politician Wimperson. What? You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen. Quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right? This is why he won't suffer any blowback. He's spinning his the tail to benefit him. Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Arabelle? Oh, that's a good point, Duck. When did the call come in? I don't remember when it... Did we know when it came in? Have they said that? I don't remember if it was, like, said last stream or not. He would have been leaving the doctor's house right about then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. Arabelle fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. Oh, great. Now, Phoenix is officially playing prosecutor. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. Arabelle looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know that the Defiant Dragons threatened the doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. Oh, I do agree with Phoenix on that part. I think regardless of who killed him, though, that transfer agreement is null and void, given what it says in it. Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument... And what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that was Mr. Arabelle who killed the doctor? That move had desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it! But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Arabelle's guilt. Fully prepared, okay. What's this new Phoenix and what have you done with the old Phoenix? Evil Phoenix Wright, always prepared, has an answer to everything. A new witness? Wonder who it could be. Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. This case is just showing you how annoying it is to face Phoenix in court. I guarantee, just before he said that sentence, he was freaking out in his head because he didn't have any evidence whatsoever. He had a witness that he is hoping that God will help prove his point, and that's it. He's just got that. He's got the confidence for it. He knows how to spin anything. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood? I wish we got to face off against Phoenix more often, because, like, he really is, like, the final boss of court. And, you know, it's the kind of thing you can't do too often, or it's not special anymore, right? Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... Yeah, just when I thought we had him, he'd turn the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. We need to get that nickname. We can't let him blindside us again. We don't have any of his internal thoughts, so we can't get his panic. He's got that gay man swagger that makes everyone weak in the knees, including me. Oh man. See, this is what I mean. It would have been so cool if we got to play both sides. When it's like, when Paul is like, you don't have any evidence, do you? It switches over to Phoenix. He's like, and you get to look through the court records like, shit, I don't have any evidence. And then you gotta like present it like as if Apollo is the prosecutor. That would have been so cool if we got to see that. Maybe that's something they can do in the future. That'd be sick. Looks like they got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. Dats, please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. Dats, is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dats last saw him. We'll still have to prove it, though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe he's still mad. Well, like worried. Worried that his trial will create a rift between you two. And that you might leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Oh god, is this foreshadowing? Is this why we don't have Game 7? The agency's closed down, there's no lawyers left to run it? Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see if this new testimony awaits us. Well, I just assumed Trucy was like watching in the podium or in the stands. And then, I mean, they just said that she was off to see her dad, so probably just went to the other waiting room. All right, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness? Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here. You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How'd you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear. Now that's impressive. This must really be important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. We're not going to get to see him, are we? Nope. Didn't think so. Oh my. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir! He's here as a drone? Really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. I was wondering, like, what kind of range this drone had, but I guess he's controlling it from the witness lobby. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that, but testimony via remote-controlled toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Come on, it can't be any worse than the time we cross-examined a fucking two-way radio. So who's piloting this trial anyway? Just sure warmed up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. To think I went... Oh, didn't read fast enough. My bad. I don't like that he's bringing live rounds to a fucking courtroom, though. I think he could leave those at home. Defending on the man who killed Papa, that's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal, private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir, ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my Papa in the study later. I just know it. So wait, he left before he died. Well, that's lining up with what Dats said. So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Arabal. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy. Ready all missiles and fire! Oh, fuck! Oh, we don't need a second court bombing here. Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Is Korean even a capitalist society? Oh, it fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice. Was Athena not around for the investigation? Not that part of the investigation, no. I don't remember what the... No, she wasn't... Well, she wasn't around because she was stuck at the airport still. She, like, fell asleep and was pretty much gone the entire day. It was Apollo, it was his dad, and no, Trucy wasn't with him. So it was just Apollo and his dad. They were having a little father-son bonding that day. You know, just a casual father-son, a cave adventure that somehow turned into a second murder investigation. This shit looks so good in 3. Oh, I bet it did. That's something I definitely am missing from this. You can tell that this was made for the 3DS, for sure. It's funny, because I have the game on 3DS. I could have streamed this one from my 3DS. I had, like, full intent of playing this whole series years ago on my own, and I just never did. So the 3D would have definitely looked really cool. But, I mean, there's not really any way to bring that back unless someone can figure out how to mod this thing to add stereoscopy 3D. Not that I would be able to take advantage of it, to its best anyways. Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific? No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation. Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct? You never know when the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter. What about, you know, school? Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too green to fight. With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting any rest in the afterlife either. It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. But what was that you said about a siege defense? Oh, that's... well... I'm assuming he was homeschooled, but the way he makes it sound like is he just sat in his room and did nothing. Sarge, I've always wondered, who or what are you battling? That's classified. Even so, it may be relevant to the case. I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right, such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me. You're all talking and no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts. Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them. Would the witness please tell us, court, what he saw and heard that night? Paulo is surrounded by hot dads. You're not wrong. What was the argument about? I heard things like, "Where's the orb?" and "Are you defiant dragons really criminals?" It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out at any second. So the two of them had an argument when dads came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else? Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence. So does that mean silence as in he left, or silence as in someone died? How was Mr. Arabella acting? Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs. A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would have really hit it off and had they met under different circumstances. Yeah, I can see that. And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. Do we still have that picture of the music deck? Because we do have that picture here. I'm not sure how it's going to be relevant. We used it for a couple of questions back during the investigation portion last stream. But we do still have it. It's here. That does seem a bit suspicious. He kept hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb. I bet he was angry that he'd been kicked out. Does this guy, like, have a bunch of... He probably does have a bunch of cameras installed in the house, and like, the yard as well. But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have got in. That's true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there were only good people in Courtine Village. Yeah, because he was the only bad guy. No one would have thought he was a thief. Yet he ended up dead anyway. Only a monster could do what they did to my kind, trusting Papa. There will be no mercy. Wait until we explain how his dad was a fucking grave robber. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Your Honor, this kid just, like... Is that an official threat? Can we do something about that? I'd like that added to the statement, please. I sympathize with you, witness. You will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court. So Sarge saw that too. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. I wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if that's is proved to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove the Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder. Like, just because he was an archaeologist doesn't make him a grave robber. Alright, well, tell that to fucking Laura Croft and the Indiana Jones. It's okay because it's a child. Wasn't there one case where, like, we almost accused a child of murder, or we, like, straight up did? Just about? I don't remember which case it was, but I swear there was something like that. Or we got, like, just about to the point where we accused a child of murder. Or was it, like, someone... No, wasn't the defendant a child and they were already accused of murder or something like that? I can't remember. It was definitely a couple games ago, though. Oh, wait. We already did all these. Okay, so now it's time to figure this out. Okay, so the pressing didn't add anything, that's fine. Papa met with someone the night he died, okay. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated dads getting ejected from the premises. After that, man lingered around the perimeter for some time. Must have regrouped and killed my pop in the study later. I just know it. So we still don't have an actual time of when the police were contacted. We know it's probably close to here. Cerebral hemorrhaging after being struck on the back of the head with the corner of an unidentified object. I think we know what the object is, at least. But it's interesting because they never found it, right? Because it was already moved. No, okay, but this is alright. This can't be the murder weapon, though. Because we found this in the cave, which presumably it was taken there by the doctor before he died. So why does this have blood on it? I guess that's another mystery to solve. Lingered around the perimeter for some time. Well, we don't know anything about Dad's hanging around the perimeter. We know that the politician guy was there. Where was that window? The window was like right in front of where the guy died. It's this window here. So like if someone was standing under the tree, like Paul was saying, it would be hard not to notice this. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. We just don't have like a proper timeline of events here to help prove him. Saw the one designated Dad's getting ejected from the premises. Hear him arguing with someone in his study. I hear him arguing with someone in his study. I mean, that's fine. That makes sense, because if Dats was there, they probably were discussing the orb transfer. Does this kid know about the cave? Probably not. I would be shocked if he did. When did Doctor go to the cave? Oh, wait, that's a good question. Doctor wore this last night, bears a distinctive yellow and green two-tone design. We don't have an exact time of when he went to the cave. But we have proof that he went there, because, like, here's the moss from the cave. He had the jacket on, and we do have a witness for that, but I don't know if that's going to come up in this trial or not, if that's going to be the next trial, but we do have a witness that saw him go to the cave and was specifically asked by the doctor to not say anything about him going to the cave. So we know all of that happened sometime. I mean, clearly it would have happened before 10 p.m. when he died. So he would have gone to the cave, came back, and then Dats would have come there to talk to him about the orb? Maybe? He might know about the moss, yeah. I don't know if we can present that, like, at the moment, because the problem, like, what does that have to do with any of this? I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dad's getting ejected from the premises. This kid has a window in his bedroom? That's like... Oh, I guess maybe he's... Wait. No, if he's looking at... Wait, he's looking at his window. Wouldn't that have been the opposite side of the house? So how did he... Is this it? Where's the kid's bedroom? Because, like, this whole area here is just one huge room. It's like, it's a room that goes up. This upper area is just like a loft area. So if there's any bedrooms along here, they're going to be looking out the wrong way. How would anyone looking out over on the left side of the house see anyone come out the entrance here? That seems... I mean, I guess the idea maybe being that he saw him, like, run around, but, like, he was apparently hiding behind, like, the trees and stuff. No, this has to be it.
Objection.
No? Okay. Because I was sure that maybe we'd be catching him on the whole window thing. I guess that's a little flimsy because we don't actually know where his bedroom is. Yeah, because like from my window I saw the one designated Dad's getting ejected from premises. But I guess like if he ran around, you know, to the other side of the house, then he would have seen him. So I get that's fair. I'll believe that. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my pop in the study layer. Just know it. Can we prove that didn't happen? This part. This is what we have to prove, right? We need to say without a shadow of a doubt that Dats was not involved with the murder. How can we say that for certain? I don't know how we could. This is all depending on when he went to the cave. Was it after yelling at Dats? Yeah, right? Like, what do we have here that would prove one way or another the timeline of events? Because I'm thinking the timeline is what we need to start saying here. Like, okay, so the murder weapon we don't know. It's easy to believe in a vacuum that the murder weapon was this, because there's clearly blood on here. But we know that would be near impossible due to the series of events that have happened. Because he couldn't have hid the murder weapon after it was used as a murder weapon if he's dead. So, I mean, someone else probably... Unless someone else, disguised as the doctor, went to the cave and hid it down there, and it wasn't him. Okay, I wanna reread, which statement is it? I wanna press this one again. What was the argument about? Where's the orb, and are you defiant dragons really criminals? Who's saying this? Is it the doctor? Like, okay, where's the orb? It's easy to believe that's saying that. Would the doctor be saying this? I'm almost wondering, was Dats even talking to the doctor in the first place? Or was he talking to someone else that he thought was the doctor? Maybe? Maybe that's why Dats left? Because it wasn't the doctor, like he realized this was someone else? Maybe he found the body or something by that point? Like, this could have easily been after the murder took place, right? And someone else maybe could have just been posing as the doctor. I don't know why I'm, like, so adamant on this theory that the doctor was already dead by the time Dats came to the house. But, I mean, I guess if this kid... I don't know, I think the kid would have recognized if it wasn't his dad talking. He would have known something was up if it wasn't, if it was two voices that he didn't recognize instead of just one. So that's why I don't think that's necessarily likely. Two of them had an argument when Dats came to get the orb. Yeah, I think it's more straightforward that Dats came over, time to get the orb, probably was the doctor that he saw, probably already hid the orb. Well, no, I still don't believe it was him. Because, like, I'm thinking about the timeline of events here. That orb has to be the murder weapon. Why else does it have blood on it? It was not the doctor who hid that orb. I think this kid would know his own. Yeah, right? Like, that's the only part. It's like, everything I'm saying about this theory that the murder weapon is the orb. The doctor did not hide the orb. Someone else did. Doctor was already dead. Those all make sense, but when you add in the idea that the kid was overhearing this conversation, that conversation would have had to involve his real dad. It's the only way. He would have known something was up instantly, and that whole thing throws a wrench into my argument here about this not being him. I'm just trying to think of like I feel like timeline, despite us not having a lot of clues about the timeline at the moment, I feel like timeline is important in this piece of evidence. In this presentation. Man lingered around the perimeter for some time. What are we proving here, or disproving? Camera and a microphone. Is this what we need to present? because, like, wait, I did hear, okay, I didn't have any eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense. Wait, is it this simple?
Objection!
Oh my god, it is this simple. I'm overthinking. I'm jumping to new parts of the case we haven't gone to yet. Gotta one step at a time here. Going too fast for the game. Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question my superior officer like that? You want to get in on this strong enough action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. What? Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course. Ah, now that you mention it... and to think the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night, so you must have seen something. Is that oil dripping down? Was this thing gas-powered? I'm hit. What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? It's called facts and logic. Get used to it. Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. Truth bomb? No! I think the person casing else was the doctor going to and coming back from the cave. Ooh, yeah, probably. No, I think the doctor did hide it. It does make me really curious as to where that blood came from, but I'm leaning towards the idea that it was the real doctor that went to the cave and hid the orb. But I just don't know where else that blood would come from, if it wasn't the murder weapon. Oh my, are you alright? Evidence. Never have I seen such fearsome ordinance. Tell us straight, Sarge. After all, you wanted to help your father, don't you? Dried blood from case 1? Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. It was the murder weapon there. Duh. That had to have been it. Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Didn't we just finish saying that lawyers are missile-proof? I guess the rest of the court isn't, though. Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lowly private like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Does that work if it's a robot, though, in front of you? Well, it could alleviate some of his anxiety. Or does this thing just have a big enough signal that we can, like, reach him in the witness lobby? Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. Oh, I guess it's based on voice. Even through a microphone, though? I forgot it was based on voice, but still. My argument stands. That usually means the patient wants to say something but can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes? Yeah, he'll help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even through enough to testify. And by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright. Why not? It's not like we haven't been through this before. What are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place in this battlefield for you. Wow. Can we get that politician back in here? What was all his, like, talk about ending discrimination? I got your first subject right here. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait till you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm gonna blow a big old hole in the armor you've built around your heart. First evidence now, analytical psychology. Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Court women, Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. I'm still impressed that this thing is able to work through a microphone via remote connection to another part of the court. I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dats and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I still saw him hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. So he didn't see it at all in the study, okay. Stayed in my room with my drone that evening. Why was he sad? Okay, hang on. We're going with this one first. Why is he sad? It's not out of place, given the statement? What do you mean? It's out of context. What was he sad about? Telling me it's not out of place. Alright then, fine. I thought we were just gonna start the very first one here. Come on, surely I'm not in the wrong here. Why was the kid sad in his room, staying there all night? Just sad in general, lonely? Alright, you know what? That's fair. I'll accept that. Understandable. Okay. Sad and shock. Scared even. Yeah, that's... I get that first. I know that firsthand. The intensity of this increasing on this one's a little weird, but I'll believe it. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until next day. But you're like extra sad now, so why are you extra sad if you didn't know? The shock I can understand. He probably just saw this guy ran out. Makes sense. But if you didn't know, are you sad because you're sad from when you found out the day after? In which case, fine. Are we talking at the moment that he was dead at that night? This feels out of place. But I'm going to assume this is sadness from the next day. This one, to me, just sticks out, and I can't really explain why, but it does. So 4, because he didn't know he was dead yet, so why was he sad here? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, what is the context here? Like, are we talking about the next day, these are the emotions? Or are we talking about at the time, these are the emotions? Because at the time, this is weird. Oh, I forgot to click pinpoint first, my bad. At the time, the sadness feels weird. But if we're just talking overall, you know, it's like, these are his emotions now recalling that statement, and therefore he also recalls the next day when he found out his dad died, and so now he's just remembering his dad dying. But it does seem a bit weird. Let's see. Why are they sad when Dad leaves? That's the other one I was trying to think of too. Like, these ones as well feel out of place. Something else I've kind of noticed here. Notice how, like, the actual button itself kind of pulsates on some of these, but in this one... Oh no, now it's pulsating. Okay, it was just like a glitch. Never mind. This wasn't like when I was on the screen, this one wasn't pulsating, only this one was. It's gonna be 3 or 4, I think. I'm willing to try this one first, though. No, okay. So it's probably 3 then. Dad got kicked out, but I still saw him hanging around outside. Did he like him? I mean, it's something that they hinted at earlier, but did they actually meet already? Yeah, let's go for Sad when he leaves is a good one. Let's go with that one. No? No, okay. Mimi No, I'd be surprised too if I saw a strange man just get kicked out of my house and then started lurking around. That almost seems... I'm still surprised it's not this, but I also get it. That does make sense. I guess we'll just try this one. This one I'm really not sure on what it would be. The beeping is killing me. Yeah, it's kind of... Okay, it was this one. It was surprise. Why is it surprise though? I'm not sure I understand this. That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Arabelle. I don't know. I feel like if I saw a weird guy like hanging around my house, I'd be pretty scared too. I mean, yeah, I'd like... It's maybe a little strange he's not as shocked when he sees a dead person, especially if it's your dad. But I think the shock there is quite justified, regardless. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. But we're not talking about, like, relative emotions here. We're just talking about, like, general intensity based on the events stated. There's no, like, comparing them to each other. Enemy fire! Direct hit! That is strange. I wonder what it can mean. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. What if this kid is the murderer? And I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Arabelle because... You've already seen his body? I don't know if he's really scared. I think he's already seen his body. Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night. And that's when you saw it. Your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see? Look, Apollo. We've lost some noise. So, just as I suspected. You really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. But... The moment I saw it, oh, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you already sensed that he was a goner somehow? Maybe. Please, Sarge. What is it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, I saw... Just can't. Did he see the murderer? He probably saw the murderer. What's happening? I don't like where this is going. Is it gonna self-destruct? No more. No more, please! I guess they can't really chase him up to the ceiling. What? Okay. I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. Widget! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. Isn't that theft? Did this kid just commit a crime in court? Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? Wow, this kid's like a fucking master thief over here. What if he was the one committing all of the thefts, and it wasn't the doctor? Look at me. I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal. Amazing. Is he gonna, like, start stealing their badges next? Phoenix's watch? Whoa, whoa, this has gone way too far. He's probably gonna go for the bracelet next. But bailiff, arrest this drone this instant. Just EMP it. Maybe they don't have an EMP right. Wait, where's the guard with the electric battering stick? that they used on Simon. Get him in here. Holy fuck. It's an actual fucking war zone. This courtroom ain't surviving this. Alright, so how many crimes has this kid committed now? He's stolen court property. He has discharged live rounds in the middle of court. Like, I don't know, he's probably got some attempted murder in there now. If he was innocent before, he sure as hell ain't now. We finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. Oh, up 2, 3, 4. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map. So his out-of-control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes. So let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Oh, is that you, Corpswoman Sykes? I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out. In, out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. Just not with the guns this time, please. No, no, without the guns this time. That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Alright. So Daz was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. Did you leave your room or did your drone leave the room? I remember a flame lighting up the room. Oh fuck. I didn't see any evidence of a fire. And Papa grinning with delight. What? That's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. Alright, we just insinuating Dad was the murderer? Okay. Never mind, I guess we weren't past this. This is probably the one we need to focus on here, because, like, what's the root cause of this terminal? A weapon, maybe? Maybe it's like what he used as the weapon? Maybe the way his dad was killed is the same way his mom was killed. That could be it. What's our other options here? Fire? Oh no, wasn't his mom like with a fire? Like, wasn't she killed by fire actually? Hang on. The flames. This has to be it. Wasn't there like something about fire when we talked to him in the house? Yeah, there was the fire.
Got it.
I almost forgot about the fire completely. He has PTSD because he was like almost a victim of an arson. That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago. You and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze, so it's no wonder you'd be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. What do you mean, Corpswoman Sykes? In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, things I take for granted. What? Apollo's a smoker, confirmed. Now I see. I was afraid of the fire. Strange. I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was that was burning? Stay calm and maybe something will come to you. Oh, Oh, I'm starting to remember. It was the orb? It was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. I guess, was it set on fire, or was it like the fire inside the orb? I was like thinking the fire came from inside, and I was surprised that was even possible. The orb was on fire? It's still kind of fuzzy, but yes, the orb was burning bright in front of Papa. And there, in the flames was... Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Wait, what? Okay, that's probably just his, like, mind playing tricks on him. Can't tell me there was an actual soul trapped in the orb. I don't know if I'm ready to accept that rule of this world. What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. So, let me guess. More therapy? Yep. But this time, it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. And I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Founder's Orb. Alright. That's what's still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. I left my room but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. Okay, so he wasn't even like a conscience when he saw this. So like, how do we know that the orb actually lit up in the first place? I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. Relic was on fire and I saw Mama's face inside. I don't think this is necessarily relevant in the literal sense at the moment. So we'll just ignore that for now. What else would even be, like... Can this thing even glow? I mean, it's white, so maybe it reflected something and it looked like it was glowing orange? That could be it? Oh, this is new. That's when Papa must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. Well, hang on. The relic should have been in the cave by now, no? Dr. hid in the ruins before his untimely death. And yet we're saying here the relic was on fire. No, 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 no. That can't be it.
Objection!
Oh, we don't even have to, like, point it or anything. It's like, no. Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? Yeah, how could the fuck it even? I was going over this earlier. I was like fretting over this whole aspect. It's like the timeline of events is confusing still. That night he went out to hide in a cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. So was that's like, were they discussing hiding the orb, maybe? Because like this definitely would have happened a while before then. If that's his if that's his like visit happened even before the orb was hidden, that's really interesting. I wasn't expecting that. That's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Oh, I see. Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's probably what's leading up to is like, yeah, him appearing in court physically, but I mean, that's a pretty drastic change here. I mean, look at all the people here. Are sure we want to like push him to do that? You don't change your tactics now, Sarge. The victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I do kind of want to see him, though. I'm hoping we get a big reveal here. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Hell yeah, get out here. Oh. That's not what I was expecting. Not gonna lie. Understandable, though, you know, given the whole, like, burned in a fire kind of thing. Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Wow, look at this hypocrite over here telling women don't belong in the battlefield. Meanwhile, this kid... Can't believe this. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. Army Buff, okay. Well, see, I feel like they made her name first, and then just, like, extrapolated backwards to the dad's name, because Archie does not work as archaeologist. I'm sorry. That's a huge stretch. Like, we're snapping the rubber band kind of stretch here. No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She ain't wrong. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured in the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. Did they? Yeah, okay. Didn't they say son? I swear they said son. Am I crazy? Did they not say that at, like, some point? Or was that just people presuming? I thought, like, the police introduced her as his son. Am I wrong about that? Like, there was like some really good reason to believe. It wasn't just like people assuming or something. Like, there was like, oh, okay, it's his son. Yeah, multiple people said the doctor's son. Did everyone just not know? And they just presumed because of like this voice changer that was built into the drone, and that's what they were like just basing their assumptions on? It must have all been presumptions based on this. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my Army's many technological marvels. Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. Okay, well, I didn't assume that. I figured it was a little kid. I think that much was clear. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I just remembered something, and it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Kuanism. She appeared right there, right in front, in the burning orb. Oh my god, is this are we really gonna be going off of this? Is this like the crux of this entire case now? This kid, this random kid, knows the face of the Holy Mother. Because that's like the big mystery here that we're probably gonna have to solve. If she actually saw it. No way. Why did Army never correct anyone? I mean, that's a good point, but you know what? I think despite everyone assuming, I don't think anyone questioned it because I don't think she had any reason to think that they were wrong because they just, it was never brought up. Like, they were assuming it was a guy. They just go with it. She just thought everyone knew who she was. She just goes with it. There was no reason to like correct anyone because it never came to that. No one had to bring it up. That's what I'm thinking. She could have seen the yeah, it's like she could have seen the faceless, but I'm thinking we're going a step further here. I bet you she's going to be really important here. She suddenly went from like just random witness to like the most important character of this case. Calling it now. Holy Mother of Kuanism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Oh boy. Now do we do this? Founder bestows a grace power known. Butterfly embraces some automata favor. The orb is bestowed. Like, are we referencing this? This is now like the third time that a case in Phoenix Wright has depended on some random poem that someone wrote up. I don't know what else this could be. It's gotta be this. She's using a voice changer on the drone, so she probably knew they thought it was a guy. Yeah, that's true. She probably just, like, wanted that. Because, like, the way that she reacted when everyone, like, said it in court just now, she didn't seem that surprised. She was like, oh, well, that's because of my voice changer. Obviously. So you're right, she probably did expect everyone to think. I don't know why she would have done that. Probably because of the whole army thing, maybe. I mean, if she was going out of her way to, like, say women don't belong in the army, to basically cover her identity up like that, throw people off the trail, I can't think of any other reason to say that. Doc Buff's research notes? What did they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both. Burning orb. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Right here. There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. This song in turn is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone else see where I'm going with this? Hers is fervent as fire. Huh. You're supposed to set the orb on fire. Wait, so if you set the orb on fire, it shows the true face of the Holy Mother, maybe? The whole stanza seems to suggest the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yeah, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the Founder's Orb. Oh my. Alright, so if Ami Faye had the orb made, then Ami Faye would have known who the Holy Mother is. Wasn't that information supposed to only have been known by, like, the royals of Kurain? Or something like that? Like, I think there's, like, only supposed to be, like, 1 or 2 people that know who she actually looks like. Or something. It's like some secret knowledge passed down. So if Ami Faye had the orb made with this in mind, I'm just going off of, like, you know, this is a complete conjecture here, but trying to guess where this is going. But if this orb holds that knowledge, then that means Ami Faye would have had to have known who it was, and therefore she's like royalty. Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Alright, who wants to start a campfire? I'll get the marshmallows. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
Wait, what is this? Kid's been disabled for 6 months, probably not the longest time to make your house wheelchair compliant. Yeah, okay, I was thinking that too. It's like, if anyone who was here last stream, if you saw the stairs that lead up to the 2nd floor, they're like those really tight spiral stairs. You know, like, and then she comes out in a wheelchair. That's why that was so shocking, because like that house is like the least wheelchair friendly house I've ever seen in my life. I don't know, maybe there's like an elevator or something off screen. That could be possible. I'll believe it. But just looking at like the layout of the house from what we saw, that is not happening. You're not getting a wheelchair bound kid up there. It's probably not that bad. You saw how she was moving in the wheelchair. It's probably just like she's not permanently in it. It's better for her to be in it. It's one of those situations. Because like she was like getting up in the chair and like crouching on her knees and stuff just now in court. So it's not like her legs are broken. The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the crystal of Ami Faye, any ownership rights the doctor had now belong to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice, I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Alright, here we go. It's like some Lord of the Rings shit. We're casting the ring into the fire. Oh, we get a full cutscene for this. Oh, he has a lighter. He is a smoker. Apollo is 100% a smoker. Look! Apollo! Inside the orb! It's melting! There's something in there. She has a face! I knew it. I fucking knew it! Dirk, isn't she? Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the Founder herself. Face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Kurinism is the depiction of the Founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Kurinism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Be that as it may, Mr. Arabelles may still have killed the Doctor. If so, it would render the Orb Transfer Agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Arabelle. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Arabelle was still around at that time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the Orb Transfer Agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Wow, I've never seen Phoenix this distraught before. Outside of, you know, the few times that I've gone game overs, where they actually show something. I won? I actually won? Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Respond? I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, Wright. Do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Ooh, why, you contemptuous peasant! I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No... You can't do this! The crystal is mine! I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal! I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? Oh, don't tell me Phoenix got blackmailed again! What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible arguments could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that, oh, of course. He can't possibly have hit on something. The fence's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend, and that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But, Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. Oh, come on! You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo-jumbo, right? I love your Phoenix voice. My Phoenix voice is literally me just talking. I painted myself in a corner with this one because I didn't want, like, the main character of the game to be, like, tiring to do over, like, 3+ games. When I started streaming this series, not even considering the idea that the protagonist was going to change halfway through the series. So I was just like, fuck it. I'll be lazy with Phoenix. It'll be fine. Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... Consequently, You cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. I have to like think of these voices like on the spot. Like I have like maybe one paragraph, not even, of dialogue to base any of these voices on. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I'm surprised with how like close my Edgeworth voice was to actually what they depict him as in the cartoon. I was actually very shocked about that one. So I missed doing Gumshoe. Haven't found a good replacement for Gumshoe's voice yet. What's gone into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. I didn't know he had any left. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. Ooh. To be fair, Clavier is hard to voice because he's meant to have an obviously fake German accent, so you can't get too creative. Yeah, my fake German kind of sucks. I think it worked a little better with Franziska, but it didn't work so well with Clavier. I was trying for something that didn't work, but like at that point I was like, well, I kind of just gotta stick with it. It's I've subtly changed some voices sometimes, but with Clavier, I was like, well, I'm too deep in on this one. I think it worked better with Franziska, though. I don't even remember what I did for Franziska's dad, though. Mr. Wright sure is acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or Hail Mary. Either way, doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although, he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna go check up on him. Clavier is fake being German, that's why Phoenix calls him out in his bad accent. Wait, is he? Oh yeah, I guess he was faking the German thing, wasn't he? Shit. Yeah, see, okay, well, that's the other thing too, it's like, you don't get this information about these characters until like 75% of the way through their arcs. So it's like, well, fuck, I guess I'm just stuck with this voice now. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's the kid. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about this now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case? When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I made a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. Now he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then it could have been your father's real killer? My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police. It didn't even occur to me. It's okay. You were obviously so upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be a part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. Guess I could have taken her statement down as evidence. She fled to her room when she realized someone had moved her while she'd been unconscious on the second floor. Where would they even move her to? Like, were they gonna push her out of the house? Try to take her down the stairs? Safely or otherwise? Oh, Welcome back, Athena. What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? Should I... Athena? Oops, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go. What was that all about? Call him and bring the fingerprint powder. Surprised Corey hasn't mauled me for complaining about the Clavier voice so much. I don't remember you complaining that much. Maybe a couple comments here and there, but like, I don't know, I just gotta go with it. It's whatever. Nick told Athena everything. Yeah, Athena knows something now. She's got like key information that she is not gonna divulge until it's time. Alright, court is once again back in session. Also, it just kind of hit me, but like, they made the kid like the most stereotypical Western girl ever. I would not be shocked if part of their background was that they didn't just move from an apartment to this house. They moved from overseas in the Japanese version of this game. Because the blonde and blue plus like the military getup is like classic Japanese stereotypical depiction of Americans right there. I would not be surprised if she is actually American, moved to Japan in the original plot. And they just kind of like left that part out because obvious. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised, we, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense is yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power. Yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test. I cannot believe, even for Phoenix, this is the argument that he is running on right now. Yeah, the orb didn't look very magical to me, and the scripture obviously says it's supposed to be magical. I mean, come on, can we really believe this is the orb? Look, I know we're in like a world of magic here, but there's some lines that you just... There's still lines that you can cross. Sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff.
Objection!
Okay, now see, that's a much more reasonable statement to make. I don't think I've seen a single blonde-haired, blue-eyed person. I live in America for my entire life. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from either. I think it's just the idea that I think they're both two aspects of a person's appearance that aren't very common in Japan. Like, blonde hair isn't common, and blue eyes are not common. So to see both of them together is like easily the most foreign thing that one could think of, and therefore it's associated with Americans, I guess. Every time you see an American on any sort of like Japanese cartoon, it is they're blonde, they're blue, and they probably love the military for one reason or another, or they're dressed in military clothing. Also, they're usually very loud. They always make them the loud ones because that's Japanese find foreigners very loud compared to them. What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There's no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that That's a Rebel did in fact kill Dr. Buff. What? Very well, you may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late into the game? Apollo, we're just getting started. This is day 1 of case 5. Oh, look who's back. Just in case you forgot his name. Brought it with them. Fellow citizens, it is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people. Jeez, not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. I'm pretty sure in the Japanese version, she's still just half Russian. Wait, really? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess like Russians, they could probably depict as that too. It's just less, I don't know, less common. And like, usually when you see a blonde, blue-eyed person in a Japanese thing, it's presume that they are Americans specifically, but yeah, I guess Russians. Any sort of foreigner probably works in that position. How very convenient. Maybe she's like half Russian, half American. The ultimate combination. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. At 11 at night? Okay. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Arabelle stuck up behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. That is quite the weapon you got there. Oh, is her name Japanese? Ah, okay. It's fun. I like thinking about like what kind of plot changes they make between the two, because I know that the localization, they painted themselves into a very, very small corner way back in the very first game, and they've just been riding off of that ever since. So there's always had to be like a thing or two that they change, no matter how ridiculous it ends up becoming as the series progresses. You saw the murder as it happened? And you're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all the political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. And you just believe the guy. Well, I guess he is your client. That's true. Never mind. What am I saying? According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by a cord of some object. Do we have evidence of blood on the suitcase? I suppose that very well could be the corner of a suitcase. I don't recall seeing blood on the suitcase. But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminol test revealed... Ah, shit. Never mind. The doctor's blood on Mr. Arabelle's suitcase. Really? But how does that prove Mr. Arabelle used it as a weapon? Now, wasn't there like several sets of unidentified fingerprints that just for whatever reason Emma was like, nah, we ain't identifying that shit. They're too messy. Meanwhile, the ones that we actually found that were part of the puzzle were like the worst fingerprints known to man and made zero sense given the context. You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice, since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. Now, we don't know they're his fingerprints. We never tested those fingerprints. Forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. We only found one set of fingerprints that we determined were his. Turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite a convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Objection, that man could have caved a skull in if he got hit by a suitcase, yeah. What about the bloody book directly next to the body? So, Phoenix's, you're right, it could be. I still think that probably is. But Phoenix's assertion is that the book was not the weapon, it was just planted to look like the weapon. That was his story about it. So he didn't believe it was the weapon, but at the time he also didn't know what the weapon was. But now apparently Paul has said it all. You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night. That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone is at home. Yeah, sleeping. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. With tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder, what with all the noise he makes. So, what exactly did you see then? Dude, if anyone deserved being pressed on every statement in this series, it's this guy right here. This guy's gold. Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Korean? Impossible. I mean, when would there have ever been a murder in Kudain before? Come on. There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Kudain village. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Attention Windperson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime. I love that we're just making, like, no concessions here on his last name. Like we're just saying the full thing no matter what. He's taking it pretty well though. He doesn't seem to care very much. He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Arabelle was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. Arabelle do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on his body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how... Okay, does this get added to the record? Do each of these get added to it? Because I gotta add this one. The witness said Mr. Arabelle is an idiot. That's a key piece of information. Don't you jump on the bandwagon, AJ. I'm no idiot, you hear? I fail to see how that is a key piece of information. Yeah, I guess it's not, is it? And it seems there is no need to add it to the witness's testimony. So let's get on with it, shall we? What, that's not an achievement? I am disappointed that's not an achievement. I'm sure one of these is correct. I thought for sure that'd be worth an achievement. Oh, this guy's totally did it, but unfortunately he's a politician, so it's going to be near impossible to prove it. Okay. The climb was clearly visible. Doctor was reading a book. Well, we all know it was visible. That's not that important. I don't think he was reading a book, given what we've heard from the kid in the last cross-examination. And the therapy session and all that. Doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder? That's vital testimony. Very well, the witness will please add that statement to his testimony. You watched a murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? That doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb. Sure's quick to deny his obligations when there's nothing in it for him. I'm getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Attention Wimperson. You said Mr. Arabelle struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Are you sure? Positive. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, despite your certainty, you kept quiet about it till now. No, I was waiting. I knew there would be a perfect chance to talk about it later. Information must always be disclosed in a strategic manner. That is one of the lessons of kingcraft, as taught by the Attition clan. Is there a lesson by chance in the Attition Kingcraft guidebook on being honest? Anyway, I saw Mr. Arabelle commit that heinous crime. If he was reading the glasses should have blood. The glasses should have been on his face in the first place, but like, we have no evidence of him even wearing those glasses. And like, we also know that he was holding the orb or something according to his daughter. How is he holding a book and the orb at the time? Don't we have like, actually, wait, don't we actually have... No, okay, that was about the wheelchair, never mind. That's something different. But even so, we know that he couldn't have been holding a book. That buff is struck from behind while he was absorbed in a book? Must have been really into it. Doesn't add up. What doesn't... That politician is lying. I'm sure of it. I didn't press the last statement, I clicked forward by accident. I would have to agree that suitcase is really heavy. Wait a second. How did you know it was so heavy? For all you know, it could have been empty.
Objection!
Ooh, got him. My client witnessed the crime in progress. So naturally, he saw Mr. Arabelle straining to lift what was obviously a heavy suitcase. I can't say I'm a fan of you trying to discredit my client by tripping him up, Mr. Justice. Wow, okay, Phoenix. Jeez, not like you would have pulled the same tactic if you were over here. I'm just doing what you always do, Mr. Wright. Okay, let's see. Dr. Sam in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book. Yeah, so the glasses obviously make sense. Couldn't read anything without these. It's like if he was struck on the head, then he would have the, probably have some blood on him. The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? You know what else? So the glasses would probably be broken, wouldn't they? Like, if he was wearing glasses, they should have been on the floor in the crime scene photo. Possibly even smashed. Because the guy was, like, covered in books on the ground. If he was supposedly killed by falling off a ladder and then buried in a pile of books, there's a good chance those glasses should have been broken. I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. Why didn't the murderer remember to, like, smash the glasses when recreating the scene? Or hide them in the first place, in that case? That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I am anything but 100% reliable. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So, you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Addison Wimperson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see? The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Arabelle hit him over the head. Oh, really now? Because I fail to see how that's even remotely possible, given your position under the tree. But I'm sure we'll get to that. But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run. Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. What you would do. Then, how do you explain the fact that he was struck at the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? Now wait, did we go over this in like 4-1 about how like someone could have died from the front but they were actually struck from the back? Wasn't that like a big crux of that case? Oh, about that. I mean, maybe the doctor has like a secret entrance behind his desk or something to like a secret passage. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have any problem with the proposal that the doctor was struck while nodding off? Oh yeah, totally. It's not that part though I'm worried about. I'm worried about like how he saw all this more than anything. There is a problem, a very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. Is that so? Then will you please show the court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off.
Take that!
A diagram of the study? Mr. Titian Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. And the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But...
Objection!
You have enough tape for that thing? The fact remains, my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon. So he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. Yeah, maybe suspiciously good first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. One might even think. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Addition Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here. Oh, how precise are we going to need to be on this? Like, he's clearly inside. Obviously. Guy was killed here, he's here, so he's probably like... Okay, so he was facing the bookshelf, so he probably snuck it behind. So he's got to be like right here, right? It's very close enough. He's got to be inside. You've got to be kidding. But that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. Yeah, it is. I know. Mr. Addition Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Addison Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase? Now, see, here's the twist we could still do to pull him out of this. Remember how there was, like, a second argument? What if that was, like, Paul and, like, some other guy? Or, like, it was Paul and the other guy, but maybe there's still a third party. Maybe we're still going to, like, there's still a twist here, and this, we just are led to believe that he is the murderer. Because he is too obvious. Like, he is obviously the murderer, but maybe it's too obvious. What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Arabella has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. Yeah, doesn't he keep, like, dumbbells or some shit in there? It's like 100 fucking pounds. Like, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, he probably is inside. He was inside. Maybe he was arguing with someone in there, because there was that second argument that we heard about. But he might not actually be the murderer. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. How do you understand? The rebel Dats Arabella is the doctor's killer. Plus, the suitcase is the murder weapon. The suspicion falls entirely on Dats. You have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. We have to give Apollo a 0-10 on trope literacy on this. How the hell did he not pick up on the fact that something is going on here with at our little chat comment from this guy? I mean, yeah, like, there's the whole, like, Phoenix getting blackmailed. Like, the fact he just said that in court, like, that guy's definitely got some real dirt on Phoenix if he's that confident. He's spewing that out in court in front of everyone. Oh, I will. And with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Addison Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon. I'm gonna turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice, but do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Addison Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer? And how was the murder weapon really used? So the important thing here is the position of the victim and the killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buff were sitting in a certain spot, and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. I think we might have to consult a certain Newton on this one. Might even explain why Army was moved upstairs. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? Where was her wheelchair position? Like right about here? There? Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. But this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. See, Phoenix isn't good at thinking in 3 dimensions. Apollo has the advantage of coming from a system with 3-dimensional capabilities. Killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. Airstrike! Oh shit, I didn't even think of that! Guy actually did an airstrike on the doctor. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one politician Wimperson, who used a suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor. And sent it hurling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. Okay, but Archie should have caved in have a caved-in skull from that attack. Yeah, I'm thinking there should have been way bigger damage for sure if that was how he was killed. I mean, we're talking about like what I'm assuming is like at least 100 pounds, given statements from other people. Him keeping like really heavy weights in there, exercising weights, and this guy just dropping it on the floor. Also, okay, how did he get the? Well, I guess maybe the suitcase was always upstairs. Actually, never mind. Maybe the suitcase never came downstairs until it was dropped. That's what I'm thinking, because I was like, well, how did he take it upstairs without anyone noticing just to set this up? But I'm just going to assume that the suitcase never was on the 1st floor until the murder happened. Psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he'd finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books. Again, she wheeled off so fast, no time to clean the handles. Use the fingerprint powder. Yeah, we probably should get around to fingerprinting her wheelchair, eh? If someone touched it, then, like, that's a open and shut mystery right there. That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say it evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar. Well, I mean, okay, he's confident it exists, so it's probably exists. Murder at the coffee bar. These were found at his desk, and yet he was reading. She fled to her room when she realized someone had moved her while she'd been unconscious on the 2nd floor. This could be relevant. Like, that's basically what I'm talking about here is... I think we were going to be using that statement. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? See, Phoenix doesn't realize he has evidence, so it's got to be that statement. Archie had psychology books to try and help his daughter's obvious PTSD. Ooh, that could be it. I like that theory. Wonder if that's going to become relevant. This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar. Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting... Okay, I think I know what we're going to be doing here. I always thought we were going to be presenting evidence. Never mind. But, I mean, there's a pretty strange stain here that's not blood. And I certainly don't think it's another brown object. So I'm thinking it's probably coffee. This brown stain was determined to be coffee. Oh yeah, that's right. We actually already determined it was coffee too. Good. What's more, it was still a bit damp when he saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to splatter onto it. Well, Mr. Titian Wimperson. What motive could I possibly have to kill Dr. Buff? And there it is, that final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's Orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you, that you killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Titian Wimperson? I feel like everyone who's like deliberately using his name is probably feeling very cathartic right now that they get to make fun of a politician to their face just because it's the proper thing to do in court. Apollo, please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of a scandal. Say what? More tape. That's two. Right, you'd better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens. Oh no. Did Maya get kidnapped again? Or is it Pearls this time? Maybe it's Pearls' turn to get kidnapped for once. She's old enough now, right? I mean, she's about Maya's age when she first got kidnapped. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. But for now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Arabelle's the killer. Wait, is it Trucy? Oh, it could be Trucy. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, maybe it's Trucy's turn to get kidnapped. Are you really gonna send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Hey, remember, the kid gloves are off here, okay? If Phoenix is not holding anything back for Apollo, Apollo really shouldn't give any shit about any blackmail or whatever crap he's coming up with over here. This is a court, and all that matters is getting the truth. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Yeah, you can't do it. Mr. Wright, what in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Titian Wimperson... Apollo, wait! Are you too, Athena? It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but during that last recess when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya's unharmed. I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax. All you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. His benefactor? We still don't know about him, do we? What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. You know, I was kind of hoping it would be Pearls, just to change it up a little bit. I feel like this is starting to become a trend that Maya has to be the one to get kidnapped. Why has it got to be Maya that gets kidnapped? There's other people here that are perfectly capable of being kidnapped. Maya? As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey's being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me this as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just... Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away, and maybe promised not to tell you. He it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things aren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. Yeah, is this the third time Maya's been kidnapped? Or are we counting this as like 2.5 now? Because there was like almost the time she got kidnapped, but then didn't. And then obviously the time she did get kidnapped. And then she was like locked away in the cave. But that wasn't really kidnapping. That's different. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's gotta be something you can do. Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours, I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two? If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy. It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Either I give up or... Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day, I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now, retract your accusation. Can't koto him, but Fence would like to retract the previous Oh, finally he shows up. It took long enough. Apollo. Dirk? I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dirk, a dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. I saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call. Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son. If there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye, and see that justice is served. Alright, how are we going to get ourselves out of this one? That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. And it seems if said patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. Yeah, but we're still going on about the whole spiritual power thing, right? If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? Yeah, where's my magic powers? My fabulous magic powers. Legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. But how can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for the dead person to return to the world of living? Time travel. Wait, isn't that the next case? I don't think we're quite there for cloning yet. Maybe that's the next game. Oh, I know. There is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you'd have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I'd need... I need to practice channeling. Your Honor, I would like to delay this case for another 8 years. Give or take a decade. I'll be right back. Well, we know at least one medium who hasn't been kidnapped yet. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. That means Mr. Artician Wimperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. What if somehow his benefactor is Pearls, though? Like, I don't even question the veracity of that idea. Just like putting it out there. That would be insane. It would never happen. But what if? Everything's gonna be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Politician Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Artician Wimperson, seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Faye can truly give them what they really want. She can? What do you mean, only Maya Faye? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. Now, careful what you're going to say here, Apollo, because what if he doesn't realize this? And you're about to explain to him what he needs to actually do for the first time, and he's now going to realize it, and you just helped him as a result. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurin, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see it now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Kurinism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner. It is said that the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second. Then the legend is true. Do you understand now, Mr. Artician Wimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved, forever. That's fine, you keep her. We don't need her. He clearly didn't know about the other spirit medium in this town. There's always Pearl Faye. I could simply ask her to help. Never mind. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. And she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Kurin to channel the founder for you. I'm sure that would go over great. He could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. See, like just what I said, it would go over great. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? Was it supposed to end this way? Mr. Anderson Wimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right? Do something! It's true that I am your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth. What? Mr. Anderson Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth of it in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Addison Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. Does this mean I'm under arrest? No! This chapter is so long. Yeah, I was just gonna go until this court day finished, which I'm assuming we're pretty close to the end now. See, look, he just taped his sign for the 3rd time. That means we have to be close to the end of this court day. Well, I've nothing to confess. What? I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wiped them off, taking care only to leave Mr. Arabals. As many a great politician has said before me. No comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from up above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the 2nd floor. The rest of the chapter feels so different. Oh, I can imagine. I mean, this is hardly the first time where they've tried to squish, like, 2 seemingly completely separate cases into one, just because they're all part of, like, the same plot. The final case of every Phoenix Wright game is very, very long. The killer pushed a suitcase from the 2nd floor hallway over the coffee bar. Oh, there's an elevator there. Okay. I didn't notice this before, but they do indeed have an elevator in this place. This house is 100% wheelchair compatible. I would place them right around here. Ah, maybe. Just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. That appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out. Right about of the coffee bar. But with her there in her wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down on the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimperson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. Pretty sure this is by far the longest Ace Attorney chapter, like almost double the 2nd longest. Way even longer than like 1-4. Because the final case of the first game is like insanely long. But maybe it just felt long because it was like 3 days of trial and 3 days of investigation to go with it. Only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Plus also that case like had huge monologues between like every piece of every presentation you had to do. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen. No? Well, too bad. Because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you. Right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person. That's... On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out. only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. No, I mean 1-4. I meant 1-4 specifically. The final case of the first game. I'm not counting the 1-5 is a bonus case. That was added in the DS game. I meant story-wise the final case of the first game. The original final case. That shit was long as hell. It's still to this day the only full 3-day trial in any Phoenix Wright game. We've had things that technically count as 3 days because we've had like 2 different court trials smushed together. But it's the only time where it's been one singular trial that was 3 full days. And like every single presentation you had to do, there was like a huge like 20-minute monologue from Von Karma between each and every one of those. 1-5 is longer for... Maybe I am thinking 1-5 then. Maybe I'm thinking of the bonus case then. One of those 2 cases. Whichever... I don't know. I still say 4 felt long because it was 3 full days, but maybe it wasn't that long. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. I was thinking of the Von Karma case, but you might be right in that the 1-5 was longer with the chairman or whatever. Because he definitely did also have some monologues. Not until Athena drew out her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off. Same can't be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Kuranians. Well, Mr. Politician Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Is this the final cross-examination? Politician, hey, I'm not a crook. My political career, it can't end like this. I am destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. No, it's a nightmare. Ooh. Election results. Is this the breakdown? Politician arrested on murder charges that stripped him selective win. Amazing breakdown. Oh, that didn't last long. Holy shit. Literally falling into a pit of despair. And thus his legacy crumbled, just like his sign did. 1-4 is like 4 hours and 1-5 is like 7 hours, I think. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm thinking of 1-5. I was probably getting the 2 conflated together. Both of those cases, they felt long, even if one actually was physically longer. They both felt insanely long. Like, even though there's probably been longer cases since, they haven't felt anywhere near as long as the ending of that game. Mr. Addison in person, are you alright? Bailiff, get him to the first aid station, on the double. I can only imagine what we're going to get in like a theoretical Phoenix 7. Like, if this is what they were doing on the 3DS, once they start getting like their bearings and 3D animation down, I cannot wait to see what they do when they actually have like, you know, modern power and stuff, and the graphics get upgraded for the times. Like, I don't expect it to look super amazing. Like, I'm not hoping my Phoenix Wright game has like fucking ray tracing and like 8K textures, but if this was on the 3DS, I'm sure there's gonna be the breakdowns are gonna be even better on like modern systems if we ever see another game. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. And it seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Don't mention it. You're amazing today, Apollo. Well, I could have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
Is Apollo gonna get like a sick tattoo on his hand like that just to honor his dad in time for the 7th game? Like he's gonna come back with another eye patch and another jacket and he's gonna have like a dragon tattoo in his hands. Like he's gonna be a completely changed person. He's gonna finally reveal that he has been smoking this whole time. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till his dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. As it seems, both sides have no further objections. Wouldn't Dirk Sadmadi please take the stand? I'll wait and see how new Layden moves before that's questioned. What would Layden have to do with anything? I mean, I guess they were both DS games, but Layden's a completely different company. Layden is level 5, not Capcom. This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Okay, alright, we got a verdict that doesn't end in like, you were not the murderer. Alright, you know what? That's progress. That is progress. I will count that. That is a full non-murder case. Yes, we talked about murder, but I will take it. Should the Kingdom of Korean claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air. Revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. I cannot believe we finally not only got Phoenix versus Apollo, but we also finally got a non-murder trial. Yes, I guess we did technically accuse someone of murder. No, we didn't. You know what? We didn't. We rescinded that statement, and he got himself convicted of murder. There's a difference, and we also, the verdict had nothing to do with murder. Nice work, son. We've finally broken through that last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution. This doesn't seem real. Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. If Lane versus Wright was a baseline for them working together, because the animation called it New Lane is far from anyway. Yeah, I guess. I can't remember who was more in charge of the gameplay in that one. I think that Layden versus, it was mostly level 5 who made that game. Like they were in charge of like actually developing the game physically. Capcom was just there to like provide support, and then they had like the director of Phoenix right at the time to be there as part of like the team for you know story and design purposes. But I think level 5 was like in charge of like programming and the engine and stuff, because that game clearly runs on a Layden engine and not a Phoenix Wright engine. Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I'd have won if he'd been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Now back to the bathrooms with you, Apollo. Mr. Dirk? Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have the spirit medium try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it, being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel. Oh, right. Pearl mentioned something like that. And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Korean, Guran. Ah, so without her help, won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's no fun. Oh, I guess that's a mystery to solve another time. So, Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route in which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. Since we now know it was politician that asked... Since you now know his politician asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family. Oh, right, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Her true name is Holy Mother? Wait, what if it is? I could definitely see this game pulling that. Like, all this big fanfare, like, oh man, what's her name, what's her name? And then it's just like, just revealed, it's like, yeah, her name actually was Holy Mother. That was actually her name. And just like, no one thought to try it, because why the fuck would that be the case? Wait, you're telling me the bad news is that we switch back to Nick as the main character for Court? I would take that as good news. If this is like the final game we're gonna... If this is supposed to be Phoenix's big send-off, and there's a good reason why we might not actually see Phoenix really again in a 7th game, hypothetically speaking, then I say good that we're going to place Phoenix one final time. It better be Phoenix, and it better be Maya and Court, and we better see some good old-fashioned spirit channeling, like the good old days. Although I was kind of expecting to see Pearls maybe do the spirit channeling. I think that's probably still likely to happen. Since we did already technically see Maya do a spirit channeling earlier. So I think it'll probably... I would think that maybe Pearls would get to do this one. Private Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. Back at you, Sarge. Took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corp Women Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. So is your mother, and then your father? What a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, being wheelchair-bound doesn't help. Private Justice. I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to call to me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? He's gonna do it! We don't actually know why she's wheelchair bound, right? Like, we just, you know, presuming it had something to do with the fire. But, like, we don't actually know why she needed it. She's standing. What is this? Sarge, you mean your legs? There. Doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. Wow. That sounds like something I might try and pull. It makes sense, but I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa is watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. So from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid, trying to move forward like this. It must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you will find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Yeah, you can do it. Hey, Daddy's back. Wow, way to bring the whole mood down, Phoenix. Bringing your problems into the fold after that nice heartwarming scene. Mr. Wright, what's that look on his face for? What do you think, Apollo? Oh, Apollo. Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe, for now. Well then, we better go save her quick. Where's she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Korean. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is the Kingdom of Korean. What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world's going on over there? Okay, I wasn't expecting, like, the kingdom itself to be in charge of this. I knew they were involved, but, like, being the actual kidnappers, I thought that was just, like, something Paul was instructed to do, and we were gonna, like, go find her, I don't know, maybe in the cave or something. And she was gonna be here, because, like, I was definitely under the impression that she came back with Phoenix. As shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Korean to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what days ahead had in store for us. Hollow is still with a perfect win rate. Yeah, he hasn't been blackmailed yet, has he? That's a Phoenix thing. Phoenix has been blackmailed like 3 different times now, and Apollo hasn't been blackmailed once. Next, she'll be kidnapped by God. I don't know if this game's ready to go that far yet. But considering, you know, all the other things that we've cross-examined at this point, if we were to actually, at some point in the future, have God as a literal witness to a crime, I wouldn't even be surprised. I could totally believe it. We're going this far already. Yeah, it's good. Like, that's right. Like, if the government kidnapped Maya, like, the only way you can go is you have to escalate to God at that point. That's the Final Fantasy rule, after all. Once you defeat government, the only way to go after defeating government in a Final Fantasy game is you go straight to God. That's, like, name any Final Fantasy, you'll see it. That's how it always goes. You'll defeat the government, you like take down the kingdom, then the tyrant gets away. They go to like their little cave or something, and then they fucking summon some eldritch god and transform into them, and then there's your final fight. Always happens, every single one. You have to swear on the Bible in court, so what happens when the witness is gone? They just all turn to God and like put their hands on him or something. It gets kind of awkward, maybe a little bit. Some of them might get a little too comfortable, perhaps. But that's probably, I would imagine that's the rule at that point. Actually, wait, no. If God's a witness, what if it's like a civil trial and it's like for like an insurance claim or something? Don't they usually have like some sort of clause in there for like divine intervention as one of the clauses to not pay out a claim or something like that? Your Honor, I know that it's written right here in my contract, but I didn't actually expect the divine intervention to happen. Anyways. All right. Well, we finished the trial. I mean, obviously, that was only the first half of episode 5. We still have a completely separate trial to go through. They've done this like a few times now. Why don't they just split this up into 2 cases? Like, why does this have to be 1 case? Is there like a rule or something that they can't have more than 5 cases in a Phoenix Wright game? Like, why can't we just have episode 6? I mean, the way they ended this was so perfect. Like, it felt like it was the end of a case. Why not just make it another case and end it there instead? I don't know. It's just, like, I mean, clearly the story connects right to it, but, like, it wouldn't be the first time that the plot has left on a cliffhanger and then transitioned to a new episode and then the plot continues. Like, the episode things are just arbitrary anyways. So it's like, why can't we just have a 6 case? Why has it got to be episode 5, like, extended edition? But yeah, next time we're going to start our investigation as we lead up to the rebellion. Maybe find where Maya's being kept. Maybe we'll eventually see another spirit channeling, possibly with pearls. I guess we have to get a name first. That's probably what this investigation is going to mainly be about. But I'm guessing we're all making a trip as a group, another group field trip back to Kurin this time. Apollo's going to get to visit for the first time, although apparently we're playing as Phoenix now, so Apollo's just going to be the sidekick from now on. Maybe Edgeworth come with that. Would be pretty cool. You know, it'd be even cooler if what if we had like Francisca come over? I mean, if this is going to be an international dispute, why is it Francisca here? Like, this is the kind of shit she should be involved with, no? Isn't this like literally her job is like playing the international police? How many times did she show up anytime there was like the threat of like international dispute in the Edgeworth games, and she was always there for those? Where is she now? Why isn't she like showing her face during this one, huh? Is this like when Dr. Octopus like rampage in the city, why don't the Avengers just show up? Maybe it's like that. Maybe she's just busy. Maybe Thanos has come down and she's got to deal with that instead. But yeah, Edgeworth could probably show up. That'd be great for a sort of what I'm going to consider a series finale up to this point. It's a trilogy finale, right? Like, they did this with Game 3. They're clearly doing it with Game 6. If they make a 7, I could expect an 8 and a 9, and then they do it again. That's, you know, being very optimistic we even get an 8 and a 9, let alone a 7. But they're doing these in trilogies for sure. Hopefully we got like a whole trilogy planned out, and that's why they're waiting to reveal 7s, because they want to make sure games 8 and 9 are actually going to happen before that. But that's definitely me being optimistic on that one. But anyways, that will be it for today. I will be back Thursday. I swapped Wednesdays and Thursdays, so Thursdays will now be the new Wednesdays. So Mario will happen Thursday. We'll continue playing B3313. We should have some Minecraft, more Meatball Craft this Friday, Fam Hourglass next Monday, and then we will pick up on the second half of this case next Tuesday. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. But for now, that will be it for tonight. Thank you all for watching. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.